What's up, guys? I'm late, but I'm here. I did some stuff this morning and yesterday, even though I shouldn't have. I should have slept then instead of now. But I moved a lot of the code that we did with the Twitch bot over to one of my older repos that is like pub 57, so that we can get more of our error accurate stuff back. Because I'd rather work off of that than work backwards with the AOS stuff. So I'm probably gonna have to transfer a little bit of code around to try to get this where I want it. But I did get it working. I also have always had some trouble with the TwitchBot library, TwitchLib, which is the API we use for the TwitchBot. I couldn't get it to compile the way I wanted it to. I always had to compile it in Visual Studio, but I couldn't compile it with ServUO, which is something I wanted to do. So I played around with it, and I kept getting all these .NET framework errors because TwitchLib is written in .NET Standard, and ServUO is written in framework 4.7.2 or something. So I kept getting errors. There were things overlapping. So what I ended up doing was taking the whole bot source code and just putting it inside of ServUO. It's a really sketchy way to handle it, but I handled it. I also made a new file called Twitch Constants, where I'm storing the password, the username, and the actually initialization of the bot, so it loads up when the server loads automatically. So I added that in, and what else? I also added some coloring. Let me boot up the server and you guys can see, but I added some, I used the emote system that Twitch offers. So if you put /me in front of some text, it should come out colored text in Twitch. And then finally, I added a whole authentication process so that people can't connect to other people's channels. So when the server boots up, I'll show you guys what I did. So I do have some things to work on to get the code where I want it. Because there are going to be things that I coded in here that aren't in here now. But give me a minute and I'll show you guys where we're at. Okay. All right, cool. I gotta deck this guy back out with some stuff. So you'll notice right away that the tooltips on these are they don't have all the old resistances and stuff on them. This is like our custom core that we had set up in ServUO before before the latest release. So this is like Renaissance era with tooltips and shit. Give me 1 sec to deck this guy out, and I'll show you guys the bots and what I've done with it. Oops. Alright, I think I'm good. I think I've got everything I need here. Alright, so when I connect the bot, all this still works, but I can connect. I get all these crazy messages. So I connected for the first time, so it's asking me to confirm to authenticate. And if I were to say join, nothing would happen. So what the authenticate does is it's going to check. So I added a player mobile property called channel authenticated as a bool, and if message starts with confirm, so this is on the on message received, it checks this first, and if the player's channel is authenticated, it'll just say you're already good. Otherwise, it's going to check, if you're not authenticated, it's going to check your Twitch channel that you set in game against your username, and it's going to check the channel against your username. So you have to say join from inside your channel with the same channel that you set in game. And if all of those conditions aren't met, it doesn't care. It's going to just return. But once I say confirm at any point, I can say confirm, and the channel's been authenticated, and then it sets the player dot channel authenticated to true. And now authenticated is a new bool that I set. So if anybody were to try to execute a command before I put in that confirm, it would say the streamer needs to authenticate. And so now people won't be able to join your channel, or they won't be able to connect to your channel like from inside of game, using your Twitch channel. They'd have to confirm first. There's still some stuff I have to do to this to make it perfect, but overall it kind of works. So I've got some stuff to fix with the movement here, which I'm about to get into. I should probably just handle that now. So this was something that I did by accident that I haven't reverted yet. So I'm going to go look at my history in here and see what exactly that I fixed. I'll save Unix core. It's probably going to be down at the bottom somewhere. If not, that's okay. Maybe I don't have it in here. So I think it's in. Let me check my code. Hold on. Basically, what I did was every time I move around, NPCs invalidate. So on mobiles, I need to make sure they're not doing that invalidate thing again. I have to dig around for exactly where this is at because I don't remember. So I'm looking through my messages because I had posted something about it. This is something I did with Forspire. I wish he was on because he'd be able to point me. I'm just going to go look at mobile and see if that's where it's at. I really wish this was in my Git. It'd be so much easier to find history. I edited base vendor. Let me see if it's. Base companion, hair growth. Where are you? There you are. But this isn't it. And I don't think it's going to be any further than this. This was all the Twitch library stuff. What's up, Caddy? I did see your messages in Discord. Yeah, I overslept pretty bad. It happens. My wife even laughed at me. I was like, I'm going to take a nap for like an hour. And she's like, ha, good luck with that. Because she knows that if I take a nap, I'm just going to sleep is what's really happening. Alright, let me try checking the ServUO repo. I guess since you're staff, I can mod you in here. It was a 6-hour nap, but yeah, definitely. So I think we can go back. I think this was in pub 57. Yeah, let's look at the commits. But it has to do with the net state of the mobile. Well, I converted back to my old pub 57 pub 57 build. So I'm using my old code and not my newest code from ServUO, because the newest ServUO stuff doesn't support the earlier eras, and I wanted that. So I went back to some really old code. There's features in here that I added that I don't want, and there's features not in here that I added to the newest stuff that I do want. So I'm kind of dicking around with the code a little bit to get everything where I want it. So it's going to be just me kind of sifting around and fixing some stuff, and kind of just playing with the code a little bit. And then also tweaking up this bot. I did some stuff to the bot that I need to test out, including a whole confirmation system. You can see how it works. So I added the colored text for the bot, and then I also added this confirmation system. When you connect, it'll ask the owner to confirm, so I would have to type confirm. If I don't type confirm and I try to join, nothing will happen. But if I do confirm, and it's me, and it has to be me, like it can't be anybody else, so the owner of the channel would have to confirm. Now I can join. But I've got some issues to work out. One of them is NPC movement. You can see that he's teleporting around. This is with all NPCs. This is a bug that I created a long time ago, and I fixed it in the newest version, but I didn't fix it in this repo, so I have to go find it. I know that this was what are we doing tonight? We're drinking. I wish I had started earlier, man. 2 a.m. is usually when people start fading out on me. And I'm starting at like 2 a.m. Okay, I just realized where this was. Seeing this packet handling thing triggered a memory. In fact, this might be it. Hold on. Okay, it's not it, but now I know what I'm doing. Okay, let's go to packets. And I believe we are looking for extended or maybe mobile status. We're looking for status. Mobile status. Perfect. So mobile status. Alright, I need to find references for mobile status. Base vendor. Prepare mobile. Okay, here it is. I knew it was in mobile. Alright, let me compare this to working code. So I need mobile. I'm never going to find it that way. Where is mobile? Server or mobile? I feel like I should play a video game or something to wake myself up. What did I say we're looking for? Mobile status. Okay, so right here. Our state said mobile status. Just M. And that is going to produce an error. That's okay though. Okay, we have another one down here on stats query. New mobile status from this. We basically need to take the net state out of here. Wait till you start drawing them. When you start drawing your own. So mobile status packet. There's a guy that I watch, I forget his name. He's another streamer and he does some pixel art animations and they look pretty good. By the time they're done, he does some pretty cool retro stuff in Godot, which is a game engine. But he does the animations in another program and it's not hard, it's just tedious. But I have no knack for art, so I just don't visualize things like artistically. So when I'm trying to like picture what I'm going to do, I don't think very far ahead. You can see that in my code, but with code I can wing it and I kind of get by. But with drawing or art or any kind of artwork, I'm not really there. I think far ahead with like I don't know, logic, I guess. Or strategy, but not with art or code. Alright, let's see. So this just needs to be class mobile. Yeah. Public class packet. Oh man, what is going on? Okay. Well, because I know where this is at now, I can go look at my code. I just had to figure out what I was looking for. So let me find this in my code and it'll make more sense. The animation stuff, there's a huge demand for it in the EO community because people want some cool shit like backpacks. Like imagine an animated backpack. Because it's not as simple as just making art. You have to make multiple layers of art. So you have to make like the paper doll art, the actual on character art, like the actual in-game character, and then you have to do like the animations for different actions that they take. Like what if they are running left, right, up, down, or whatever they're attacking, that layer has to perform that action. That's how armor works. Like you can just have armor just attacking by itself. It looks funny. But doing the animations is fun. It's just I'm not very good at it. and people pay big money for it. The problem is, and the reason that I don't pay somebody to do animations is people can just rip them out of the game. So I saw somebody pay a couple $100 for a backpack animation, and when they released their server, you could just steal it. Like, people could just use Fiddler and just pull all your art out and use it. And so, like, why did you pay for it if people can just take it from you? Alright, here we go. I'm going to take this whole packet here. This is what I wanted. Okay, let me go back to mobile and see if there's still errors here. There are not. So I had, let's go back to mobile. That's yes. Hey, Gabbage, what's up, man? Welcome back. Alright, so this part looks good. We're not using these. Okay, the stats query thing. Stats query. Okay, this looks good. There was something about base vendors and parrots. And secure trade. I'm just going to search for references of mobile status and see what needs to be changed. Okay, so pet parrot, which that looks good. We're just looking for stuff that sends net state. Nope, I think we're good. So let's see if we still have that movement issue here in this now. So I can close this. I'm going to push this off to the side because we're definitely going to go back to that at some point. Oh, wait. Okay, here's one with the mobile status. This is in packet handlers. I want to check this one to make sure. This is base vendor. And this is, I wonder why this didn't show up here. Is this server or it's in scripts? Base vendor, mobile status. Oh, it's just from. Okay. I feel like that's not right. And secure trade. Let's go look at secure trade. I think that in the end this will be a lot cooler for the bot because we're not dealing with all the bullshit resistances, and also my old saves are up here. So the map is well spawned and stuff. Like, the map is the way it should be. Or, well, at least the way that it was on your revealed. Alright, let's give this a shot. Let me move my code over and fire that up. Right, parrot, pet parrot. I knew that too. Let's go find this pet parrot. There's definitely going to be like little pieces of code that I haven't moved over time, and I'm just going to have to hunt them down. I'll look at my I'll look at things as we go, but and also real quick, let me change my hunger and thirst thing, because originally we had a mechanic that would like starve you. I ended up going away from that mechanic a little bit, but right now it like eats away at your stamina and stuff, and I don't want to be doing that during testing. So let's just look at hunger, find all references. No, I'm not bashing the guy for getting his forgetting what he wants. It's good that he's willing to do it and paying somebody for their creativity and all. I just wouldn't do it. Okay, so here's temperature, which we're gonna scrap. I guess we'll leave it for now at the temperature, but fill factor. The hunger and thirst and temperature mechanics were some of the first things that I coded, and so they work well, but I didn't really, it was before I learned a little bit about the game design stuff. Hunger. But somewhere with the hunger, it decays your stamina. It's probably just in regen rates. Let me check regen rates. Nope. Nope. Regen. Negative hunger. Food decay. I'm looking for any mention of stamina in some of this hunger stuff. -1 hunger. Oh, I'm never gonna find this. Alright, forget it. Let's go back. Log in. I don't think I fixed this. But did I reboot the server? Let me check. Let me double check what I did. So, mobile, packets, status. Alright. Let's go for the mobile. Son of a bitch. Alright, I'm looking at the original code here, or the the latest version. It's in here somewhere, and I figured it would be these. Basically, what's happening is that every time a mobile, not a player, but a mobile moves, it invalidates it. And so when it gets invalidated, Classic UO tries to redraw it. And this was an issue that I found in ServUO that Vorspire had fixed. But I haven't fixed it in this old code that I'm going back to. And it has to do with the mobile status packet. So when a mobile moves across your screen, it sends a mobile status. This is how you get the health and their name and all that. But I need to figure out exactly what we did to fix it. And it definitely has to do with this packet though. But I copied this packet out of here. So this is my new server code, my latest stuff. And I've got the whole packet here. And if I come over to my old stuff and go to packets, here's our mobile packet here. And that should be that. But it also involved the parrot, which we don't need to worry about. Trade, base vendors. There's a lot of stuff in here. Let's look at packet handlers on this end. So this is the only mention of it here, which this is fine. This is just on login. So we don't need to worry about that. So it's not going to be in packet handlers. Then I'd imagine it'd be in mobile, but I don't see it here either. But now that I know what this is, maybe I can search my chat history with Vorspire, because this is why I don't delete my messages. I use it as a log. So this was mobile status. So I searched Discord for that. No? Huh. Let me try extended. Maybe I don't have these messages, which sucks. I know we had a conversation about this. All right, let me go back to ServUO and search there. So this was mobile status. Ah, here we go. All right, I am going to show you guys what I'm looking at. It's not the deltas. It's from when we removed mobile status extended and modded mobile status. We added a net state to that, and mobs don't have net states. Da, 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 da. What's this one? This isn't a private conversation, by the way. This is in ServUO. So this is our, oh, no wonder. We didn't have this in a private conversation. That's why I couldn't search it. So we had this whole conversation here about the packet. And the reason I was editing this packet was because I wanted to send another player's hunger and thirst. So like if you hover over somebody, we can see that they have, I don't know, various properties, but I want to be able to see certain things. And I want to send that status. So I was editing the packet itself. Let's go back to this conversation, though, because this will show me everything that I changed. And the reason that this was so confusing was because it was sending two packets that were exactly the same. It was sending mobile status and mobile status extended, and it was the same packet. It had both. It was sending both, and they both contained the same information. So it was resetting data. So say I wanted to send my hunger, and I would set it and the packet size, and it would send. Then it would send another packet and overlap it and reset it. I find some interesting bugs sometimes. I actually found one in the Twitch library today thing, the Twitch lib. I found one in their dev build, and it was a whole thing. They were like, why didn't we see this? I find bugs by accident. Here was me complaining about the movement. Modern mobile stats for adding that state to that most. Alright. I don't see where I fixed it, but that's alright. It's gonna be, so we did packets already. Mobile status. Let me make sure that there's not multiple. Okay, these are fine. So obnoxious. Mobile status. On stats query. Wait, there's an overload. Ah, okay. Okay. This makes more sense. Let's go. look at mobile status again. So when we send these stats, okay, that's good. True, false, okay, those are good. From and this, these are good. Okay, I don't think the problem's in mobile. Strict packet handler again real quick. No, I already seen this. But this one's fine. I think in one of these cases we don't need to get the to and from. Let me close off all this stuff. I'm confusing myself here. I got too many windows open. Prepare from this. Mobile from this. Packet handler from to from. I'm not missing anything. I'm going to take this packet back to its original state. I want to see its size. So we're just going to get rid of, in mobile status, we're going to get rid of just the net state on this, I believe. And how does this handle this over here? So we have this. Sealed class. And this bool here. Let me try that. I don't think it's going to work though. I'm always so hesitant to delete old code, and then I'm like, I'll recode it. It's not a big deal. Like if it's a small thing like this, and then I can't figure out what it is, and I'm like, why did I do that? But if I save all my old code, I'll... Hey, cool. No, it's not. It's not fixed. Son of a bitch. All right. Um, I'm gonna eat a Cliff Bar. My brain's not on yet. I'm still tired. And while I'm eating this Cliff Bar, I'm just gonna scroll for a minute. Oops. Oh. There's a packet difference here as well. But why? That's so weird. They're sending the exact same data. But one's bigger than the other. Okay. Well, this is newer code. I don't think this has anything to do with anything, though. I'm actually just going to leave it. I don't want to change it. It's not even our problem right now. Sorry, I'm just trying to like finish this freaking Cliff Bar so that I have some food, brain food, sugar, whatever I need to function right now. So I'm kind of quiet, but I'm scrolling through old text messages I had exchanged, or not text, but old Discord messages I had exchanged with Vorspire in the ServUO chat room. Right, I'm gonna I'm gonna take a look at the ServUO code real quick. Not my ServUO code, but I'm gonna close this. I will look at Pub 57 stuff specifically after maybe a cigarette. Let me make sure I'm in the right place before I get too crazy with this. They kept the extended packet in Pub 57. Why? Let's look at the history on this packets thing. Nope. Old client packets removed sounds about right. Hmm. Extended status fixed on ML shards. I'm gonna keep this one open. And it was probably right around here that this all happened. I don't think it was any further back than this. So it was probably... It was probably here. Alright, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, guys, and have a quick smoke. I've been on for about an hour. I'd already filled my drinks and stuff, and then I'll come back and try to figure this out. I'll be right back, guys. Alright guys, I'm back. This is kind of weird, but I need to take my eyes off of this code for a minute. Because my brain's not working. So I'm gonna play like a round of something Rocket League. Does anybody want to play with me? I'll give you my Steam. We can do two rounds of like 2v2 or something, and then I'll go back to this coding. I just sometimes my brain doesn't work. Let me update my game status here. If anybody wants to join me, just let me know. It's not too late. So to kind of D7, always with the Ubuntu. What can you play on there? You got Baldur's Gate, dude. I'll fire up some Baldur's Gate. Does that run on Linux? I've been wanting to do like a streamed Baldur's Gate game with like a party of like 4 for the longest time. Because it kind of falls into the same sort of genre I'm going for, with like the classes and abilities and dice rolls and things. Let's reboost here. Oh, shit's already started. Oh, and they're 3 up. Nice. I should have joined ranked. I probably am gonna go join ranked. Never tried gaming on Ubuntu. I'm not really a gamer. If I start gaming, it is just for like 30 minutes. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing now. I'm doing like a 30-minute kind of fucking around type of thing. How do I do ranked? It says unranked. I have to play ranked rounds. That's fine. Yeah, Baldur's Gate is a little more than a 30-minute game, but Rocket League is definitely one of those like quick mash it out type of things. Have you ever played Baldur's Gate though? It's one of those nostalgic things for me. There was like a Pillars of Eternity, I think it was. It was kind of Baldur's Gate-esque, and it was really good. I liked the storytelling in it. So Baldur's Gate is kind of like a D&D. It was made by Wizards of the Coast, but it's kind of a D&D style, like turn-based dungeon crawler, and it's good. Oh my god, I hate playing with like random people. They just like hot dog the ball. Nice. Boom. Damn. Shit. If you get Rocket League, I'll play with you. It's I'd imagine it's a pretty big game, and it's also cross-platform. Like people play it on PlayStation and stuff. So if they can do it for PlayStation, I'd imagine they do it for Linux. Shit. Oh my god, this game is shit. Also, why am I driving this car? I should have my other car. Does better slap shots. I'm getting so fucked up this round, it's not even funny. Thanks for the follow. I'm not gonna say your name though. I'll call you Thucker. Shit. Shit. You guys and your foreign internet. Damn. Oh my god. We should forfeit this game. We're doing so badly. I'm doing so badly, is what I should have said. We gotta score a lot of goals in fucking 28 seconds to win this, though. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna do one more, and then I'll go back to coding. Unless anybody wants to join me. Let me switch my cars around, because I like my other car better. Hey, where's my other car? I don't remember having this many cars. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I'm so not looking forward to going back to work. But I did get some new shoes. I got some, like Timberland sneakers. They're composite toe, non-slip. They're pretty cool. I got them for free through work. They're like $120 pair of shoes. And my work gave us like the shoe credit for a store called Zappos. Like every Amazon employee got a free $120 credit for shoes. Can you imagine how much that would cost them? He just shot it in for me. What do they look like? I'll get the shoes. I'll show them to you after the next goal. I usually am more of a work boot kind of guy, especially with riding the motorcycle. I usually wear something that's kind of ankle high. But at work, I'm not doing a lot of like crazy like lifting and things. I'm doing like I'm doing like a lot of walking, and a lot of bending and stretching and shit like that. I pretty much stay stationary or I'm walking really far. It depends on my position that day. And so I wear like athletic pants. They're like, I don't know, like running pants, and sleeveless shirts and shit. It's not like I'm like doing construction. So I opted for sneakers instead because I figured they'd work a little better with the athletic pants. But I used to wear like toe shoes. They're almost like really light. They're lightweight, like almost like water shoes. I used to wear those. They were super flexible, and they were really comfortable, and I had a lot of like feeling. I liked them. The first 2 weeks that I wore those shoes, my calves hurt really bad, and it's because I was using muscles in my calves that I had never used before. Like, it was interesting. But I liked the toe shoes. My problem is that I'm on concrete all day, and so they weren't really good for like just standing on concrete. So the balls of my feet would hurt a little bit more. But overall, they were good. They were comfortable and they breathed well. It's just that, no matter what you do, standing 12 hours a day is going to hurt. So I figured they offered the free shoes. I figured I'd try them. They had a pretty wide selection too. I looked through a bunch of them and I ended up choosing these because people had a lot of complaints about the various composite toe shoes. That like, because they're composite toe, the composite toe would rub against their actual toe. And so I had to find a pair where that wasn't really a complaint. But I'll show you the shoe. So I went with Timberland because they're kind of a trusted work brand. But I found the sneaker and I was like, these are dope. They have like an anti-fatigue sort of cushion on the inside for your heels. I probably would have kept wearing the weird toe shoes. I probably would have kept doing that, except I was really uncomfortable riding my motorcycle with those. I didn't have a lot of grip on them, and so when I would step in sand or oil or something, I would almost drop the bike sometimes. It's a big bike. It's like 750 pounds. We almost had that. And I don't want to pack extra shoes just to bring to work. What is the bike? It's a Honda ST 1100. Yeah, I've put some miles on it. It's a 93, and I've got about 80,000 miles on it. And it still runs pretty good, but I need some new tires on it. All right, cool. So here's the shoe. Hang on here. I'll do this. I don't know why I'm showing a shoe on chat. Like, it's like the coolest thing. But so they're sneakers. They have some pretty good tread on them. But they have the composite toe, which is what I'm going for. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the orange, but I figured I'm only really going to wear them to work anyways. My wife said the same thing. Yeah, they look sporty. I wouldn't run in them, but for what I'm doing at work, I figured they're perfect. I have a pair of like work boots. They're Red Wings. I wore those when I was landscaping. And I have put them through hell. I think I've had those boots for 8 years, and I'm just now starting to lose the tread off of them. But I would ride my bike in those. I would do whatever. I'd work, I'd landscape, I'd throw boulders at them. I crashed my motorcycle once wearing those, and they pretty much saved my toes. I guarantee I would have broken an ankle or a toe if I hadn't been wearing those Red Wings. What do you do, Constant? What do you do for a living? If you don't mind me asking. All right. So you're on your feet most of the day then, yeah. I would say that the toe shoes aren't really a good solution for server position because I imagine your feet probably get a little wet at times or are at risk of getting wet, and these weren't waterproof in any way. In fact, they were like the opposite of waterproof. Like they would air dry really quickly if they're basically water shoes. Right. Well, I don't know. I don't know how good Zappos really is. But Amazon had this program through the company Zappos. It's Zappos, Zappos.com. And they had, wow, I'm kicking ass right now. And you can order shoes online, and they had like expedited shipping. I got these shoes in like 3 days, I think. And I didn't pay a dime, only because it's through Amazon. But you could probably check out their selection. It's pretty good. That was going to be my last game, but they forfeit way too fast. I'm not sure how I feel about these shoes yet because I haven't actually worn them to work, and I know that there's going to be sort of a break-in period. The only thing I did notice that I didn't like with them is that the heel, I'm used to my heel of my boot like going all the way up, or the ankle rather. Like I'm used to like something that's ankle high or above the ankle, and these aren't like that. So it's not really going to happen, but it feels like the back of them is going to come off. And I do that for the bike when I ride the bike. Shit. Yeah, I'll try them out. I'll know if they're good after I ride the motorcycle with them. If I can put my foot down in sand and not feel like I'm going to disappear, then I'll feel better about it. And then once I work, I'll know. Because, I mean, no matter what I do, my job kicks my ass. There's nothing I can do about it. I've tried diets. I've tried Tylenol. I've tried like, I don't know, I've tried a bunch of different things to try to make work a little bit more bearable, and, you know, be less sore at the end of the day. But I think that after 12 hours of labor, it is what it is. It's 12 hours in a warehouse, and I'm a computer monitors my speed. So if I were to stop and sit down, like the computer would know. So I'm expected to like perform a specific task basically every 10 seconds. And I can see my times on there. Like I can see if I'm slowing down. It fucks with your head. I have to sneak in earbuds. I bought one of those like balaclava style or neck gaiter style masks, and I put it over my ears, and I stick headphones in, and I listen to podcasts. Because my job is isolated. Nobody is talking to me. I'm by myself at a workstation, but the headphones are considered like a safety hazard because we can't hear things going on. But it's bullshit. So I just sneak in the headphones. We didn't used to be able to get away with that because they have metal detectors at the doors coming in and out. So you couldn't bring cell phones in. There's actually no cell phones, but they started getting in trouble because people couldn't be contacted for emergencies during COVID. Like if somebody got sick or something, like there's no phones in that building. Once you're inside, you're inside. This guy is like AFK or something. It's fucked up, but I think it's this guy's first game. Which is fine, it's just that it's ranked. See, I told you. So, you were missing frameworks. I had this problem with the bot because the Twitch bot is written for Net Standard 2.0. But it's basically, you're basically missing framework. You're missing language that is the code is trying to use. So, Visual Studio, once you update it, usually contains what you need. I can't believe that I just made that goal. That took a lot of fucking patience. Yeah, I'm going to get back into the coding in a second, and I'm going to dig around for what I was trying to fix, and hopefully we can find it. Shit. Once you get the hang of Visual Studio, and you figure out like all of its little shortcuts and tricks, wow, this guy actually gold. Once you figure out all of its little tricks and stuff, coding becomes a lot easier, because there's IntelliSense in Visual Studio, and it's basically autocomplete, and it'll show you like what'll work and what won't on the fly. You don't have to punch it in a notepad and guess anymore. And you can more easily hunt things down, like you can just type in a word and be like, I want to do this, and it'll be like, that's not a thing. Oh my god, he just tied the game. This was an intense game. And this guy really sucked, but he brought it back with 2 goals. I'm surprised. He's not going to go to this ball fast enough. He does it every time. Get in there. Damn it. I really want to win this one. Get it, kid. Get it, kid. Damn. Yes! Good shit. So sad. The guy said so sad. Thought it was a solid game. Exactly. That's exactly what it'll do. So let's it's a little early for my smoke break, but I kinda wanna take one. I'm gonna have a quick cigarette, and then when I get back we'll oh my god, this whole time I've been in cam mode. You guys haven't been watching me play. I'm such an idiot, dude. I just had this epic fucking game and nobody's even seen it. My bad. You should have said something. I forgot to switch the scene. But yeah, I'm gonna have a quick smoke, and then when I get back, we'll get back into this code and figure out what we're doing. So give me 5 minutes, and then we'll get back to this. Alright, I'm back. Let me update my info here on Twitch. Hold some online. Alright. Okay. So I'm trying to fix this issue that we're having with mobiles not moving correctly, and it's because it's sending them a packet and invalidating them. How did you figure out what you could and couldn't do with these scripts? It just takes time. I think you just have to sort of, my advice, because some people will take like a coding class, some people will watch YouTube videos, you can Google stuff. Figure out what you want to do and then handle it one small problem at a time. So say you want to make like a new weapon. First go look at a weapon, like I would just go through these scripts and compare them. So if I wanted to make a weapon, I would go open up a weapon, see how they did it, maybe even copy the whole script and make my edits to it. But then say I want the weapon to shoot a fireball, and there's no code for that. I would go look at how fireball works. And once you read through it, you start to understand it, and then you can do it. But it takes practice. I think you just got to get used to it. I'm not even quite there yet. And I spend a lot of time just debugging things. But then you have to keep in mind that this is C#. So even though we're editing ServUO, this is all just basic C# stuff. So you can look things up, like on Google, and Stack Overflow has answers for everything. So once you start learning how to use for each loops and like packets and dictionaries and lists, things get a little easier, but also more complicated at the same time. Yeah, C# is what we're doing here. This is it. Alright, I'm gonna try to compare this code and figure out this bug. It's bugging me. No pun intended. I'm gonna double check this real quick just to make sure. I'm really not even that great of a coder. I can be innovative at times, but I'm not very good at coding itself, which is, I think, what makes the stream a little bit entertaining because we get to learn together. Alright, so with the server up, I'm going to connect and see if maybe we've... Well, I know we haven't fixed this. I'm going to add a horse and run the tame on it. Okay, so the issue is that when there's a direction change, they teleport. And this is caused by the packet that gets sent when they change direction. So we can probably see that in this ServUO code, or in the classic UO code. I'm going to open it up. So I've got 3 versions of Visual Studio running right now. One for my original code, one for classic UO, and one for the code that we're trying to fix. But if we look at packet handler on this, we'll see why this is happening. This isn't going to fix the problem, but it might lead me down the right path. So ServUO here is sending a packet called mobile status. If we go to mobile status, we can see that this is packet 0x11. If we go over to classic UO and look for 0x11, we see character status. So we come down here and we should see something like invalidate when this packet gets received. Zenith, man, you just missed some Rocket League. I was like, anybody want to play, man? I may be down for some more. What other games you got? Dude, I overslept too. I was supposed to start the stream at 11 or 7. I overslept 6 hours. But I'm getting into it now. An hour after I started coding, I was like, I'm burnt out already. Let's play some Rocket League. It's renameable. Mobile equals. So if I look at references for this, oh, it's just this. Okay. All right, never mind on this then. All right, let's go way back here. Let's go to I'm gonna pinpoint these one at a time. So we know that, let's just look up mobile status. All right, pet parrot, let's just hit it. Let's look at this raw. And I'm just gonna go update the pet parrot. Let's close all this. Are we in the right one? Yes, we are. Pet parrot. I'm not going to be able to copy the whole script for like the base vendor and stuff because we have custom code there, but I know I can do the parrot and not care. I don't even think we use it. All right, so then we've got, what else have we got? We've got secure trade. Let's look at secure trade. Or rather, let's go look at mobile. Mobile is, I think, the issue and the problem here. So let's look at mobile status. Process delta. Oh, by the way, I did do a couple things. I'll show you guys what I did over my day off here or whatever. Right, so I added the Twitch subscriber thing. Over here, you can see who's a subscriber on Twitch. So I've linked this to my Twitch account. If your Discord is linked to your Twitch, you'll show up here if you're a sub. I've also... Caddy Vaz is now a staff member. She is a counselor for now, but she's going to be our map editor and graphics designer. She's not going to start working on stuff for a little bit because she's got other projects, but when the time comes to do a map, she'll be doing her map. We're not going to have a custom map, but we are going to revamp the existing map. I've also updated these links. So we have like facebook.shadowlands.com and like patreon.shadowlands.com, and same with Twitch, like twitch.shadowlands.com. So we can use these links to access the social medias now. I've updated those. Yeah, I imagine she's probably going to be pretty busy, but I don't know what role she's going to play quite yet, like how often she's going to work on stuff, but it's better to have somebody than nobody because I wasn't going to do any map stuff myself. Okay, so we're back at the mobile status thing here. Right, I'm going to close out our new code, or we're going to come back here. We need mobile.cs here. And we're looking for process delta. Okay. So let's look at process delta. Let's come down here to the stat packet. So stat packet true, packet acquire new mobile status, true mobile. Can be damaged. Okay, so this isn't what we're looking for. Let's keep digging. Alright, right here on stats query. So if from map equals map and utility in update range, this from and can see this. Yep. Send mobile status from this. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's keep looking. Did we look at packet handler? Yes, we did. But let's confirm. So packet handler, mobile status, M&M. Oh man, I closed it. Secure trade packets. Packet handler. So on login. Okay, it's not going to be on login. It's got to be in the packet or the mobile itself. And I imagine it's going to be here. And I've copied the whole packet, like line for line. This should work. Mobile status packet. Compact mobile status. The problem is if I do this the way that it is right now, it will definitely error because if I copy that right out of there, the packet sizes are going to differ. I'd need to copy it out of this code that I have here. This was in what, packet handlers or packets? Packets. Okay, we're right at it. So mobile status compact and mobile status. We're going to grab them and put them here. Don't be starting projects. Come play with my projects with me. This is still an issue, and it's going to bug the hell out of me. This is gonna drive me crazy. Because I fixed this. I fixed this once. And now now I can't find it or why it's happening. And I know that it's either in mobile or packets direction. Status. I'm trying to revert all of our code. The code that we've been doing on the latest ServUO, I'm trying to push it back to our old like UO revealed stuff. But I'm not seeing where the problem is. Let's put a breakpoint here and turn. Okay, so I see a horse. So the beholder is Keith, the beheld is horse. It's not enhanced client. Ensure capacity size 43. I'm right. Mobile query. Shouldn't need to go this far. Well, not really. I mean, I am. So UO Revealed ran on the Renaissance era, and we had a pretty stable core, which was tried and tested over the course of a couple years, right? I figured since we're doing something so new, I would just go with the latest version of ServUO, but I'm not seeing the benefits of it, and I haven't coded much on top of it. So I figured it'd be easier for me to use the old UO Revealed core and put our code that we've been doing into it, rather than put all of our old UO Revealed code into the newest version, because the newest version doesn't support Renaissance at all. So I'd be adding a whole bunch of freaking like weapon things and all kinds of stuff. I mean, there's stuff that we did on UO Revealed that people probably don't even know about. And I need to, like, let me show you something real quick. So if you look at the props on a weapon in our version, we have dice rolls that happen in the background. So you're rolling, what is this? Like, you're rolling five dice. So you're rolling a 5d8 plus 3 with a crossbow. This isn't in UO. Like, this is something we added. The reason that we did this is so that we get a better bell curve with damage. So if you ever played on a server where you like cast a spell or flame strike or you shoot, it's not really D&D rules though. It's not D&D rules, but it does use dice. There's a math science behind this, but how it works in the original UO is like you have a very linear random number generator. So you had minimum maximum damages. So say the minimum maximum damage of a crossbow was 7 to 20. That means that the likelihood that you're going to hit something for 7 and the likelihood that you're going to hit something for 20 is exactly the same. It's the percentages across the board are the same. So you're going to hit for 7 as much as you hit for 20. And that doesn't really make sense. You should have an average, and the average should be higher than the lows and the highs, the mins and the maxes. And that's why dice are better, because when you roll dice, you actually are putting chance into it. Me and Moody wrote an article about this on ServUO years ago. And then Lokai made a system on it. So here's this article we made, and so this is the odds of like a 1d6, and it's the same. You're gonna hit 1s and 6s the same chance. So have you ever played on a server where like you cast a flame strike and it hits for 1, and then you cast another flame strike and it hits for 50, and you're like, what? Maybe not a flame strike, but in general, like weapon damage is kind of fucked. So with a dice, the odds of a 2d6, you're going to hit for 7 way more often. You're going to hit for your average. You still have the chance of hitting for a 2, but the chance is low. And this is the bell curve, right? So this is how we do like 66. And then by adding the offset, we're setting a minimum damage. So if the minimum and maximum on this was like, I don't know, 1 to 12, by adding the offset, that's just adding to the dice. So it's always going to hit for at least 3. So we roll the 5d8 plus 3, and that's going to be our damage. We did this with every weapon and every spell. But we kept the minimum maximums the same. We did the math, and we made it so that every weapon still had the same minimum maximums, but used dice. And this was a pretty, not super complex system or anything, but it took a lot of time to do. And like, I don't want to lose this code. This is just some dumb shit that we did, but it made a huge difference. People said that we had some of the best PvP mechanics, like, because it felt better. Armor too, like we did some stuff with armor to calculate the damage when you get hit. But it was really well-rounded, really well balanced. And a lot of it's not going to matter with some of the shit that I'm doing now with the code, but I still want it in here. But yeah, the original system uses random number generators, and that's not really ideal. What's up, D7? So yeah, you can actually see some of the code here because we posted it. We posted a guide on this. But they had like a minimum maximum damage, so we added dice and dice sides and offsets to all the weapons. We did it with spells too. But our problem now is that there's code that I've fixed and updated since then, since this old repo that I've just pulled in, and it's causing some bugs. And I've got to get past a few things before I can go much further. I did do some stuff to the Twitch bot on my own. You can see there's colored text now, and nobody can join until I confirm. Once I confirm, then the channel gets authenticated, and it has to come from the channel owner. So I've done this and fixed some of this stuff, but with mobiles running around the way that they do, it's something I need to fix, because look at the way that these guys teleport around. This is an issue with this packet. Yeah, it looks weird, but I know exactly what it is. It's sending the mobile status. It's sending the mobile status packet, and classic UO tells it to invalidate the properties, and so it makes it disappear and reappear because we've just invalidated it, and it redraws it. We don't need to do that. And the reason that this happens was a bug that I found in ServUO that Vorspire had fixed, but I don't remember what it was. I just know that it was this mobile status packet sending like a net state to mobiles that didn't need to be there. Because mobiles, like creatures and mobiles, don't have net states. It's whether they're online or not. Thanks for the follow, Shans. What's up? Welcome to the stream. And it's just, I don't know where to get this code from because I've changed packet sizes and all kinds of stuff since then. Let me look. It's funny, I just deleted a bunch of code this morning because I was trying to clean up my desktop, and I feel like I shouldn't have done that. Because I have multiple folders full of like old projects or like different versions of stuff, and it's becoming a mess. I needed to clean things up a little bit. I didn't lose anything important. It would have been nice to be able to go back and look at this code and be like, oh yeah, this is what the problem was. So and I can see the conversation that we had about this. So I'm in ServUO general chat, and if I look at mobile status, I can see a conversation between me and Vorspire where we talked about it. So if I come up here to the top, we ended up coming to the conclusion to just remove this packet, the second packet. There used to be a mobile extended packet. So there's a mobile status and a mobile extended status. And it was sending both packets. So we removed mobile extended, but it means we had to modify mobile status. And I'm hoping that I can find what it is that he did, or that we did. Nope. I'll be back in a bit, going to get some breakfast and hit the gym while it's not busy. If you're out, I'll try to catch you on tonight. I'll probably be on in the afternoon because I screwed up my schedule. So thanks for swinging by, Zenith. I'll see you later. Okay, here was the packet in classic UO. DS Mobile. Yeah, I hate wasting time on this right now. And I'm not sure how to solve it. I think that I'm just gonna sort of pull it out. Let me go look at Pub 57 one more time on ServUO. Well, no, Pub 57 wouldn't work because it sends the extended packets still. I don't even know what this is. Let me try my repo. Let's look at server and history, and let's look at, can I search these? No. Alright, let's look for, in the initial commit, we're looking for mobile, which would be in server, it'd just be in server, it'd be server mobile. Server mobile. I'm gonna grab it. Momo status. From in this. Alright, that's not it, but then let's look at server packets. Okay, that's not it. I don't think this is it either, but who knows? Okay, that didn't work. initial configs, packets. Big commit, check description. Alright. Packets. We got the friends list. Can I open packets and look at mobile status? Well, it's the same one, never mind. Hmm. Sorry, I know this is boring, but I've got to figure it out. TwitchBot, VNX cleanup. It's definitely not going to be in here. Alright, let's Alright, here's what I think I'm going to do for now. I'm going to remove the hunger and thirst for a minute. Is temperature on here? Okay. That's fine. No. I feel like I should have done more prep work before this stream. Because I wasn't really I was in the middle of experimenting with this whole switching servers around and stuff, and Okay. Let me have a cigarette and think about what the hell I'm going to do. I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Constant Solar, to answer your question, did you add them in Visual Studio or did you just drag and drop them into the folder? Because you have to add project files to the project. So if you've got Visual Studio running and you have a script that you want to add, you don't put it in the folder, you put it in the studio. Then I would make sure that the item is constructible. So like, let's go look at an item. Yeah, you want to, so things that are in the folder, there's like a file in here that knows what folders to include. So like if you have a script in your ServUO directory, you're going to want to, like here are my scripts. I could make a file right here and call it something. I can add a script here. I would want to drag it into here to actually add it to the assembly. So go find the scripts you added and put them in their proper location here. Alright, so I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing, because I don't know anymore. My head is not in the right place for this right now. Let me think. I like closed everything out because I need to start fresh sometimes. Alright, here's what I think I'm going to do. And this is a little crazy. Let's go grab Pub 57 real quick. Fresh from ServUO. This is going to be a big learning experience for anybody who's paying attention right now. So I grabbed Pub 57, I'm putting it on my desktop. I'm going to go to my GitHub and make a new Git. So if you're new to coding or whatever, or you want to get your own project going, this is kind of where you would get started. So I'm making a new repo. I'm going to call this experimental. I'm going to make it private, and I'm going to add the README to initialize the repository. So I'm making a new repository that I'm going to upload Pub 57 to, and it's going to be my version of it. Alright, so I've made the repository on GitHub. I'm going to open up my GitHub for desktop here and add I'm going to clone the repository. So here it is, because I'm logged into GitHub for desktop. I'm logged in. I can see my repo here. I'm going to put this in my UO Shadowlands folder. So I'm cloning this. This is going to grab my empty repository. It's here now. So if I go open up the UO Shadowlands folder, there's a folder here called experimental with the README that we initialized. Because I grabbed that file, which will be here, I'm gonna put all the Pub 57 files in here. So this is like starting a fresh server, and we're doing Pub 57 for the era stuff. Alright, so here it is. Now I'm going to go into the configs and config all these things. So let me close these out real quick. I'm going to open up all this stuff and just edit. And I'm going to go through these one by one. So I'm going to turn off the treasure maps. I'm going to restock delay max sell. Yeah. This is fine. Vet rewards. I'm going to turn these off for now. Okay. So you always want to set up these configs like VVV. I'm going to disable that. I don't think the starting server will work, but I'll turn it off. I'm going to turn on sockets because I have stuff for sockets. Accounts, one per IP, auto create account, restrict deletion. I'm going to turn this off because I like to be able to delete characters during testing. Password command enabled. I'll leave that on. Auto restarts. No. Auto saves. Every 15 minutes. Sounds good to me. Yeah, this is good. I'm going to turn on the save archives. It gives you a couple extra backups. So I got the autosave champs. I'll leave champs on. No, I'm going to turn champs off because we're making our own mobs and shit. So none of those options matter. These are just the champ spawn locations. Chat. So global chat's going to be disabled. We don't want people to be able to create channels. City loyalty system we're going to turn off. That's good. City trading. It should be turned off because it's part of the loyalty system. And client, which none of this matters. Daily rares, we'll turn those off. We have our own custom version of that. The data path. Okay, so a lot of people get stuck on the data path. And what this is here we have our experimental folder. You need your own copy of like Ultima Online files here. And I'll tell you what files it needs. So it needs... Oh, it used to show you a list of files that it needs. But what I usually do is I just take like... In my other folder here, I've got something called Ultima Files. I'm going to drag and drop it right here. So this is basically the whole... How did I get the repository? I went to ServUO.com, get ServUO, and I clicked, this is master, but I want pub57, so I clicked here, and then I did download zip. And this is not the latest version of ServUO, but the latest version prior to their latest change where they did the AOS stuff. They removed all the stuff prior to AOS. Basically, the latest version is the latest version of OSI. So all the Renaissance era stuff isn't there anymore. Pub57 still supports all the previous eras depending on your settings. Alright, so now that Ultima Files is here, I'm gonna... You can use whatever you want, yeah. If you want to use the latest OSI stuff, you can. It's just, if you want like the Renaissance era settings, you want to go with pub57. So this is my Ultima files. I'm going to copy this directory, and here I need to set it. So I'm going to do custom path and remove this hashtag, and now it knows where my files are. I'm not going to set up the email stuff. So for expansion, this is kind of what I was talking about. The latest version doesn't support expansions anymore, but I usually set mine to LBR. We actually do Renaissance, which is here. But setting it to LBR gives me some certain options that I want. So we're going LBR on the expansion. I think we'll do false on this. We don't need metrics. Show offline staff, support website. We'll do HTTPS yoshadowlands.com. Restrict reds to fell false. So we're just doing all of our, we're going to disable the honesty virtue for now. Housing, 1 per. Loot, Volusia luck bonus. I'm going to turn these off. A lot of this isn't going to matter for like the max props and stuff because the props are for AOS stuff. Player caps. These should be fine the way they are. So I'm just going to leave those. Auto-generate reports. We're not going to do that. Server. Okay, so this is going to be called UO Shadowlands. Auto-detect IP, yes. And we're not going to set the port. And we're going to leave the default port alone. Shadow guard config, not worried about it. Siege. Is Siege character slots. Okay, so these are good. Staff coloring. Give staff body, use coloring, give boots. I hate the boots. Cut hair. False. Cut facial. False. Okay. These are fine. Store is enabled. Websites. I have like a donate link, so I'm going to use it. Let me find it real quick. Okay, this is fine for now, and test center is disabled. Okay, so my configs are set up. Now I can open up the project, and it should be clean, but I can build it here. Or if I don't have Visual Studio or I don't want to build it in Visual Studio, I can just build it from the compile.win that is included with it. I'm going to do that as well, but that did just build. I can also just run these. I'm going to do it just to show you, but and then it's going to ask me to make an account. Once everything goes through, if there's no errors, it'll ask me if I want to make an account, and I'll do that. Okay, so off screen, I'm going to set my username and password. Give me 1 second. Okay, so the server booted immediately after. I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to shut it down so that I can reopen it in Visual Studio. So I officially have this ServUO, ServPub, whatever. I don't need this anymore. This is the file. It's actually going to be in this folder here under experimental. So now any changes that I make here will show up in the Git here. So these are all the changes that I made, and we're going to push these. Before we do, though, we want to look at the Git ignore. This is stuff that is and isn't going to send to the Git. Everything that's in here should be good. Let's make sure, because sometimes they take out the customs folder. So object bin, object output. Let's see if saves, reports. So this isn't going to upload saves. This isn't going to upload the exes. This is going to upload just your raw code, and that's it. So if you were to pull this from your Git onto a new computer, you'd still need to compile it, and it wouldn't have your saves. I'm okay with that. So the git ignore looks good, and I'm going to call this my initial commit. And I'm going to commit to master, and this will probably take a minute. Oh, wait. Right. I lied. I need to update this. I need to add Ultima files to this git ignore, because I don't want to upload the Ultima files. So Ultima files and save. And now when I open this up, it should be good. Okay, I know this is so new, but it says your old repository clone URL. What's that? And now that I got the new server, how do I add it again slower this time, please? It says your old repository is clone URL. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay. I'll wait a minute. I'll hang back a minute. I know I'm moving fast, but I'll give you a minute to catch up. You're lucky I'm doing this right now. This isn't something I would normally do, but I'm feeling like I should start fresh. I'm feeling like I should do this a certain way right now because of because I'm mixing up too much code right now. I'm trying to mix old code, I'm trying to mix new code, I'm trying to mix eras, and I feel like I should just start over. And it sounds like a lot of work, but I already have a lot of the code ready to go. So this isn't that big of a deal for me. So when you get caught up, let me know. Do I just drag it into it? Okay, so where are you at right now? Tell me what you've done so far and where you're at. So I imagine you've downloaded the zip and you made a new repository on ServUO, right? Or I'm sorry, on GitHub. Quick setup. But you made the new repository here? Okay, so once you've made that new repository, and it should just be empty, right? It should just have a README in there. Okay, so if you've done that, you've got GitHub for Desktop open, right? So from GitHub for Desktop, once it's open. Okay. All right. This is what you need. You need GitHub for Desktop or some kind of Git program. There's alternatives. I find that GitHub for Desktop is the most newbie-friendly version. There's also there's different Git. There's Git Bash. There's all kinds of stuff. But go grab GitHub for Desktop. Just Google it and it'll send you to Git, and you'll end up with something like this. And when you get it, log in with your GitHub account. While you're logging in, give me 1 second. I need to take those antibiotics, but I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. You don't need to jump ahead or anything. I'm pretty patient. So, once you've logged into GitHub, let me know. Once you've logged into GitHub for Desktop, let me know. I think I only have 4 of these things left to take. There was 20. getting these really bad sinus headaches is what reminds me to take the damn meds in the first place. I always forget, and then I get these headaches, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have a sinus infection. Which, since it hasn't been cured by now, I don't think it's getting cured. I think I'm just going to be stuck with it. How we doing? Did I lose you? I don't know if I should keep going or not. I don't want to jump ahead of you. Alright. Okay, you're logged into your GitHub for desktop, right? So, up at the top left here where it says your current repository. Oh, let's go. So up here, this is a list of your repositories. These, think like that these are, you have a local version and you have your online version. Click on add and click clone repository. You're not making a new one. You already made it, right? On github.com, you made a repository. You want to clone it. It's going to be empty and that's okay. So click clone repositories and you're going to choose it from your repository. Since you're logged into GitHub for desktop, you should have all of your GitHub stuff here. Clone it, and then you should have like a new empty repository. Now you can go ahead and minimize. You can go ahead and minimize this. And what you want to do is you want to take your pub57 or your ServUO, and wherever you cloned that repository, whatever the location of it is. So if I hover over it, you should be able to see where it's at right here. So desktop Yo Shadowlands client or desktop Yo Shadowlands experimental, wherever it cloned to, drag your ServUO files into it. Don't drag the folder into it, drag it like all the files into it. So you should have, like, if experimental is my repository, the inside of it should look like this. Now, once you've done this, don't go too far ahead. You're going to want to move some Ultima files to this same folder. So your Ultima Online installation and your ServUO files, the one you use to play the game and the one you use to run the server, they actually need to be separate. You can't like run the server off the same installation that you're playing from. It's not a good idea to do that. So you can go to your Ultima Online, wherever directory in EA Games, copy all the files and make a new folder here called Ultima Files or Classic UO or whatever you want to call it. But you need to put your own directory into your server and it's going to run off of those files. What do I drag exactly again? You're going to drag. So you downloaded you downloaded the repository, right? You downloaded this zip file from ServUO, ServUO.com. Get ServUO. You downloaded this. Okay. So that zip file that you downloaded, drag those files into. Okay. You drag those files into wherever this folder was created. You cloned an empty repository. All that did is make a folder. You want to drag everything in that zip into that folder. Keep in mind there's like at least a 3-second delay between me and you. So if I'm talking and you're like, yeah, I got it, I'm probably finishing a sentence, or you're probably, it's there's a little bit of a delay, but not much. So let me know once you've added those files to the repository. The repository being the empty folder that was created. Okay. While it's doing that, go to wherever Ultima Online is installed. You can do this while it's doing that, but go to wherever Ultima Online is installed. So programs, EA Games, whatever, wherever Ultima is installed at. Once you find that directory, go to your repository location. In my case, it's experimental. Make a new folder called Ultima Files and copy the whole Ultima Online directory and put it in here. It might take a minute, but you want basically a whole Ultima installation inside of ServUO so that it has files to run off of. Yep, take your time. You'll get it. If you don't do this, if you were to set the data path to your existing UO that you usually play off of, it's going to go into the repository folder, yes. But it's not going to actually upload to your online repository. I'll go over that in a second. But this repository folder, so again, mine's experimental, yours is going to be like ServUO master or whatever. Just make a folder in there called Ultima Files and copy your directory over. And the transfer is going to take some time. So while things are, when everything is moving, let me know, and we'll do something else while files are transferring. How long on your download, D7? If your internet's slow downloading Rocket League, it's probably going to suck playing it. It also connects to a local server, so if you're like, like if I'm West Coast and you're like Oceanic, it's us playing together, one of us is going to be laggy depending on the server we join. All right, Constant Solar. Are all of your files currently transferring and you're waiting, right? Okay, so see this file called git ignore in your repository? Open that up. What this file does is it ignores files. It tells GitHub not to upload these files. So when you're in GitHub and you're pushing your files up to your online, this file tells it not to upload certain things because you don't want to upload your exes. You don't want to upload certain DLLs. You can open it with Notepad. You can open it with any text editor, but I use Notepad++. You can also just open it with Notepad too. So this will look like a Notepad. you want to add something here so that it ignores those Ultima files we just made, because we don't want to upload a copy of Ultima to our GitHub. It'd take forever. So do a slash and then put the name of the folder you made, which in my case was Ultima files. This will ignore it and not upload it to the GitHub. It's also not gonna upload your save files or the compiled version of this. This is just for code. So keep that in mind if you ever want to pull these files to another computer, or say you fuck something up and you need a backup. This is just for code. And this is so that you can revert code changes. That's the whole point of Git. It's not for like downloading a game. It's for downloading game code. So by adding Ultima files to that, you want to save it. And then when all of your transfer stuff is done, let me know. Yes, with the space. Or, so this line right here, that's my folder is called Ultima files, which is where it's right here. So this folder here contains my game, my Ultima installation. Yep, it'll look just like this. So it'll ignore that. Okay, make sure you save it and then close it. Yeah, you can leave it whatever you want. You can call it whatever you want, as long as this directory matches whatever you called it. Yeah, you'll need the spaces. You can put the spaces, they're fine. And if it's inside of another directory, so say it's like Ultima Online Classic and then all the files are inside of it, then that's fine. But if it's inside of a folder, you have to put that as well. So if it's like EA Games Ultima Online Classic, you will need to put that here. But I think you didn't do that. I think that Ultima Online Classic would work just fine. Yep. When you made your repository on github.com, did you make it public or private? Okay. I made mine private because I'm doing like a big public server that I don't want people to like steal my code. But if you're doing something for just you to play around on, you can make it public if you want, and then people like me can go and look at your code and help you with stuff. If you're not worried about losing anything sensitive, which there shouldn't be anything sensitive on there. I do private because I'm gonna run a big server. Yeah, we can check that out while things are loading. So let's go back to github.com. And go to your wherever. So mine's experimental. Go to your that Git, and go to settings. And it's going to be in here somewhere. It's probably manage access. Sorry. This right here. So it says who has access. It's private repository. I click manage, and I can change the visibility. Did that work? So I'm gonna go back one because I want to show people this too. But say you do have a private repository, but you still want someone to come help. Yeah. I'm at github.com. I went to github.com. So I'll show you again real quick. But go to github.com, click on your repository, and then go to settings. The GitHub client on the desktop is really just for like managing your local files, pulling files from your github.com and pushing files to github.com. But to manage your actual repository, you're going to handle everything inside of here. So like the settings for this repository, once you click settings, you'll go to manage access and then click here where it says who has access private repository, click manage, and you'll find it in there. Change repository visibility. So while you're doing that, I'm going to show this to other people who may be curious, but in manage access, I'm not seeing the repository. I'll snip what I see. So for people who are curious about how this works, you can manage access. And if you do have a private repository, but you want to invite someone that you trust, you can invite a collaborator and type in their name. A lot of the times, like I've invited Vorspire as a collaborator so he can see. So if I add Vorspire, Vorspire has now a pending thing. He'll get an email. He can accept, and he has access to my repository. And he'll be able to help me submit code, and he'll see what I'm doing. So if you do have a private repository, but you want to if you want to collaborate with other people, and that's kind of the whole point of GitHub in the first place, is so that multiple people can collaborate on one project. That's how they would do it. So as soon as you send me what you're sending me, you can send things in Discord if you need or whatever. Yeah. No. This game server is the name. Yeah, you're good. You just click on settings. You don't see multiple repositories because you only have one. So just click on settings over on the right here. I think that the reason this is the way that it is because you didn't generate the README maybe. So it just shows an empty repository. So the quick setup, blah, blah, blah. I think your repository's here. It's empty. We're going to push stuff to it in a minute. So go to your settings here and make it public. And while you're doing that, I can go and see. So this is Ken MCG -hub. So I can go to GitHub. Is this it? I think this is probably it. But I won't be able to see your repository yet because... Yep, that's definitely you because you just... That's not you? Okay. Well, either way, I'll come find you in a second. Once you make the here we go. All right, so it is public, and I can see it now, and it's an empty repository. Perfect. Are your files done uploading, or into that folder? So Ultima file should be good, and then all of your other server files should be good, right? And you updated your GitHub. So this is where the magic happens. So open up your GitHub for desktop, and when you open up experimental, you're going to see a bunch of stuff on the left-hand side now, and they should all be checked. Let me know if that's the case. Okay, so how this works is you do two things here. You do a commit and you do a push. A commit is like setting up, it's like staging a bunch of code. So everything that's checked, you can commit that. And you can commit things in parts. And before, I know you probably know what to do here, but don't do it yet. I'm going to show you what happens. So let's say this is my code, right? Let's say I add a new script. I'm going to call this script test1.txt. And then I'm going to add another file called test2.txt. Okay, so I've added two new scripts to my server. Now when I open up GitHub, I see these. I see test1 and test2. These things have changed. They're empty. It says that they're empty. So let's go back and let's edit one. Let's call this test1 text and save it. When I go back to GitHub, it's going to show me this green line is I've added test1 text. If I go back and I remove the text part of this and save it, when we come back here, we're going to see that this line has changed. And it'll show green for added lines, red for removed lines. Okay, so how staging works or how committing works is say that these two things are related. Say that I wanted to push this. In the summary, I can say added tests, right? And I can put a description here. And I can say I've added tests here. And I can commit this to master. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to just do added test. So I've added test. And I added a test, a singular test. And I commit to master. So it disappears, but it has not been pushed to the repo yet. It's just staged it. I've committed it, and that's it. So now I'm going to checkbox this one, and I'm going to say created test 2. No description. I'm just going to commit it. Now it's saying I have two local commits. They're local. They haven't been pushed yet. I can push these to origin. So what I want you to do, everything should be checked. We're going to call this our initial commit. So in the summary, with everything checked, call this initial commit or whatever you want to call it. And then you don't need a description. You know that this is your first push. This is your initial commit. Commit it to master and push it. And it's going to take a few minutes. While that's uploading, I'm going to show you what happens on the repo end. So I've just pushed it. There's no local changes here. Now when I go to my repo and I open up my experimental, you'll see that I've done some stuff. So 29 minutes ago, I pushed my initial commit. But 1 minute ago, I did test 2 and I created test 2. And you can see that I created add test and created test 2. This is the description that we did earlier. So if I click on this, I can get more information. There's nothing here because I didn't leave a description, but I think I did on test 1. Right, so here's the summary that I added. So the description was, or sorry, not the description, which one? This part right here was added test, and then this was the description. That's what's going to show up here. So people can see what you're doing, and you remember what you're doing. Now let's say I fucked up, right? I go to the history, and I'm like, oh man, test totally fucked up the server. I don't want test here anymore. I can go back and revert this commit. And I can go to created test 2 and revert that commit. And I go to changes and I push to origin. Now when I go back to GitHub and I go to my code, it's gone. So I can revert changes as I go. And you can see a full history here. You can look at the commits. So I did my initial commits, I added test, I created test 2, I reverted add test, and I reverted created test 2. And if somebody were to come in here and help you with your code, you can see what they've submitted. So you can give them permission to just do stuff, or you can approve it. So I can go in, change a bunch of code, submit it, and then it will let you review that code and then say, okay, this is good, and you can commit it. You can allow it. With a public repository, nobody can change this, but they can offer suggestions. I can go and look at your code and offer some help. So that's how Git works in a nutshell. an hour long lesson on Git. And you can see local changes too. So if you're on your GitHub client, you can click on history here and you can see all your local changes. And this is really useful for me. Like, I can see everything that I've ever done here. Like with server. So server's my older one, but I can see everything I've done. And if you label them properly, if you actually add the summary here or you add the description, it'll give you a pretty good idea of stuff. Like I removed an expectation, or let's see, here I added v-nex core. So this is one commit with multiple files because I added v-nex core here. Allow players to delete characters, small change. What I did was I removed this line of text and I added this line of text. So I can see that I just set this, I removed this A here. Here's where I did the initial configurations. I set this from true to false. I set this from false to true, right? So you get a full history of your changes here, and you can dig through these, and you know this will help you a lot with coding, because sometimes you fuck some stuff up and you don't know what you did, and this should help you, and it will let other people help you too. So let's see, have you pushed it yet? Let's see if you've pushed it yet. Okay, haven't pushed it yet, but has it finished loading? So you've committed it. Once you've committed it, click up at the top, push to repo. Now there's a second part to this. This is a two-parter. Yeah, publish to branch is fine. So the other thing that this lets you do is I've showed you how we push to GitHub, but you can also pull to GitHub. So let's say I delete this repository, which is kind of a scary thing, right? Like, this is all my files. I just removed it. I'm just gonna fucking delete it. Once I remove this, it's gone. So I can go and look at UO Shadowlands, and that folder, experimental, is gone now. That would scare me usually, because that means I just lost a bunch of code. But I can do clone repository, and I can clone experimental. It's going to go into my Shadowlands folder, which is here, right? So we have client server and server pre-OS. I'm going to clone it, and it just created that folder, and look, it's pulling all of my files. So now when I open up experimental, there's everything that we did here. The only thing that's missing, that I know that's missing, is my Ultima files, which I can get locally. So I'm just going to go and grab them real quick. So here's Ultima files. I'm just going to copy them over. And my code is back. I didn't lose anything. So all you have to do is you can clone that repository. So fetching is different. So you've pushed it. So commit and push is sending code. Fetching is pulling it. If fetching and committing are the same, if the code matches, nothing will happen. So let's see. I still see an empty repository though. So where it says fetch origin, this would pull my files. This would grab any changes that were made that I don't have here. I'll show you why this would be. Hey Lino, what's up, man? I'm doing some beginner stuff today. I'm showing some I woke up kind of late. I'm showing some how to use GitHub and how to how to start a fresh install of ServUO. Shit, dude. Was it the same guys that were fucking with you before? All right, so Constant Solar. This is a remote desktop. I'm on a server right now. This is a remote desktop on a VPS that I've rented, a virtual private server. This cost me about $20 a month. And I'm remote desktoped onto it, and you guys are seeing it remotely. So I have GitHub for desktop here, and I have my server repo here. But I just added this new server, right? So I'm going to clone a repository, and I'm going to grab experimental. I'm going to clone it, and it's going to grab everything and bring it over to my virtual private server. That's what fetching does. That sucks, Lino. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. What did you do exactly? I don't even... What was your profession? So constant, now that I've done that, it made this experimental folder here. And I could potentially launch the server from my remote desktop now, but I'm not going to do that right now. So constant solar. Okay, sec, how do I clone it? Well, you may have fetched your empty repository. I'm not sure where you're at right now. So do you see files over here? You committed them, right? And then you pushed them. You don't want to fetch, you want to push. So this changes automatically based on where you're at. You worked in retail. You wanted to leave after that incident. Yeah, I can imagine, dude. I've been okay. Oh, you see your files on Git. Let me see. Why can't I see it, though? You see them here in game server? Yeah, this is where you want your files. Oh, you see your files here on the left. So if they're here on the left and they're all checkboxed, do you want to commit them? So you would type in, you can't commit unless you type something in here. So type in initial commit in the summary, click commit to master. It'll take a few minutes, and then don't click fetch, but wait till it says push. Or it'll be over here, push. I'm doing all right, Lino. I still have this pretty bad sinus infection, so it's making me wake up kind of late because I'm on antibiotics and they're kind of hammering at me. I'll be fine. I've been on these antibiotics for like a month. I don't think they're working, but they still drain me. I'm just trying to finish them. Well, Amazon's always hiring, Lino. If you can handle it, it kind of kicks your ass. I want to say about 50% of the people that start that job quit within the first 3 weeks. And then a lot of them quit after that. I don't think that I work with a single person that started with me. And I've been there a little under a year. But everybody, I've seen every single employee, like, they go through them like fucking candy. Might to get some new shoes though. Yeah, they would definitely kill you. Mine is about a 30-minute drive, but I'd say it's worth it. Like the pay is pretty good. Maybe not if you went to school or something, but if you're like entry level, it's not bad pay. And I like the 4 days off. It gives me an opportunity to do stupid shit like this. So I'm looking at my history real quick to see. Here it is. Repositories updated 3 days ago. What? Where are you at, Constant? How's this going so far? All right, here we go. Okay, you're looking at history. You've added it to Hub, test server. So you're looking at history. Go back to changes. And let me see. Looks like it should be up though. Oh, did you make test server private? I yeah, your current repository is test server. You may have done a local so you can't. Let's see. I think what you may have done was added a new repository. Like you did create new repository. So it hasn't been added to GitHub yet. That's what publishing it would do. Usually when I make a repository, I make it in GitHub first. It's a little weird, but I make an empty repository here and then I clone it. So we do a new. Hang on. Follow along for a second just to make sure we're on the same page. We're on github.com right now. I'm going to have a cigarette after this. We're on github.com right now. We're going to make a new repository. We're going to name the repository. We're going to call this Twitch. I'm going to make it public. So here's our public repository. And then I'm going to add a README file. This part matters a little bit because it's going to sort of initialize the repository. It's not super important, but it adds a file. Cool? Are we all on the same page so far? Okay, I thought it was private. Okay, so here's your test server, and I can see your files now, right? And this is the README that comes with ServUO, so I can see like how to set up ServUO and stuff. Here's your repository. This is good. So if I wanted to help you, I could clone this repository. So I could get this link right here. I can copy this link, and I could do add clone repository, and type in URL right here and punch this in, and it would be in test server. So I can clone your repo, and let's say I wanted to make a change to it. So I've got your repository now on my computer locally. Let me see. I've never actually committed to someone else's repository before, so this will be an interesting experiment. But I can open this up in ServUO, and I can, I don't know, do something. I'm not even going to change anything. I'm just going to add a file. So let's do like add new test file dot text. And now in the repo, so I don't have write access to the server. Can I commit? Will it let me? Can I push to origin? I would fork the repository. I think I could fork it and make my own version, but I'm not sure how to submit a pull request is what it's called. So if I wanted to help you, I'd submit a pull request. Let's go look at how that works, because I'm probably going to have to do this at some point anyways. So let's learn this together. What was the name of your, here we go. Pull requests. I can make a new pull request. Choose a different branch or fork above to discuss the review changes. Right, so I would make a fork of this. So if I wanted to push to origin, it won't let me because I'm not the admin. I can fork the repository. You have changes in this branch. What would you like to do with them? I can contribute to the parent project, or I can do my own purposes. I'm going to contribute. So I'm going to continue, and I'm going to push to origin. So that just pushed to my fork of your project. So if I wanted to do a pull request here, let me see how this works, because I've never done this. Pull request. Create a new pull request. Compare across forks. Here we go. Able to merge. Okay, here we go. So right here, I chose yours, and I want it to do mine. And here's my test file that I created. So if I wanted to contribute to your code, I could do a create a pull request, and I can say this is a test. And there could be code changes in here and stuff. It doesn't necessarily have to be like creating a file. I could edit some code and create the pull request. Now this won't change your code. This will ask you if it's okay that we change your code. So this is how somebody would help you. So if you go to GitHub right now and you click on pull requests, I would imagine that you'd see one here. And when you click it, it will take my fork of your server, and it will compare these two files, and it will say, do you want to make this change? I think. And you would say yes or no. And if you do see this, try it. Click yes, see if it works. And you can see a whole bunch of, like, this is what's been committed. This is what files have changed in this pull request. I could do a big giant pull request with like 10 files that's changed or whatever. So see if you can approve it. You want to see, I don't know where it would be, but when you click on pull request, see if there's a way for you to approve this request. So maybe click it and see if there's a button here anywhere. and it asks me to merge pull requests. Yes, that's what you want to do. So what merging does is you're taking my fork. So you have a repo, I have a fork of the repo. I've changed the fork, and it's asking if you want to merge my fork back into your repo to get my code from me that I've contributed to yours. I don't think you push. You don't do anything from the client. You don't do anything from GitHub client. You would just approve the pull request somehow. I wouldn't know unless I saw it. Don't do the continuous integration setup. There might just be something at the bottom like approve or pull request. Okay, there we go. Look, merge commit. So wow, that auto updated too. So you have merged it. So right here it says that you've merged one commit into your repo from the Rokeith master, and we can see the history here, and we can revert it too. But now if we go back to the code and we look, we see test file. So I just contributed this to your code. That's how GitHub works, guys. And you can see how many people have contributed to this code. So because I've added something to your repo, you'll see me here now. So basically, to use this in practice, and I'm going to show you guys this now. First, I'm going to delete your test server thing. We'll deal with this stuff later, but oops. So I have this experimental thing, right? It's all pushed and updated. There's stuff I'm going to do in here tonight on the code. There's stuff I need to do. And so as I change things, right, I'm going to do like a big packet change. I'm going to change like 10 files, and they're all going to involve packets. It's going to be client verification. And when I'm done with it, it's going to pull up a bunch of files here. You want to commit these pretty regularly. Otherwise, you're just going to have one giant commit. It'll just keep stacking changes here. If you look at client, I haven't done it in a minute. If you look at server, yeah, I do it pretty regularly. Look, okay, so here I have 300 plus changes that I have not committed, and that's because I added the TwitchBot stuff. So all this TwitchBot stuff is not on my repo, and now I'm going to have to go through these because like maybe, I don't know, let's say secure trade is unrelated. Then I would want to highlight all this stuff, checkbox it, and uncheckbox secure trade, and like commit just my TwitchBot stuff. I'd say this is TwitchBot stuff, and I'd commit it. And then once it's committed, I'd have this left over, and I would check it and say this is something else, blah, blah, blah. And that way I have two different commits with two different summaries, and we would be able to identify them more easily. So play around with the Git thing. Don't be afraid to experiment with it. You can fork people's branches. So there's a little bit of rules to GitHub. If you have a private repo, like I do, you can't update shit. Like if you wanted to update, if you made a fork of ServUO rather than your own zip, if you made a fork, you could have it automatically update when they update code, and you can still keep your changes. The difference between the fork and creating your own repository is that the fork can't be private. So in my case, if I have private server files and I don't want people to see them, I have to manually update stuff. Can I delete it from Git directly? Yes. So if you go to git.com and go to settings, or github.com and go to the settings in that repo, which I'll do here, test server. You can go to settings, and it will be at the bottom, very bottom. It'll say delete this repository, and it will ask you to confirm here. So, and I'm not deleting your server. I'm not deleting your test server. I'm deleting my fork of it, and it's gone now. So, and here's like whatever I did here. I can, but I can't go to settings because it's yours. But yeah, you would just go to your repository, go to settings, and scroll to the bottom and click delete this repository. So while you're playing around with that, I'm going to go have a cigarette, and then we're going to actually do some code changes, and I'll show you how to sort of use this in a more practical way, because I've shown you how it works, but I'll show you how we use it, and I'll show you some Visual Studio stuff too, since we're just doing a fresh server boot. What I'm going to do is open up experimental here. So we're working with a fresh code base here. We haven't made any changes to this yet, and we're about to. So I'll show you guys where we go from here if you're like setting up a new server. Yes, he's right. Buck Rogers, so down here in the right-hand corner, there is a Git built right into this. I don't use it because I find that GitHub for Desktop is the most newbie friendly. So when I show people GitHub for Desktop, it's a little easier for them to use. But you can have this all linked up. Like you can see here that all this stuff is Git related. So you can sign into your Git and do everything you want to do here. Yeah, see, this stuff is still connected to like my old you were revealed shit. Like this is some old code right here. But in some cases, especially when people first get started out with ServUO, they usually don't use GitHub not GitHub. They usually don't use Visual Studio right off the bat. But this is how you would like initialize your projects and stuff and get them on GitHub. And like I said, there's multiple ways. So there's GitHub for Desktop. There's Git Bash. Git Bash also has a Git GUI. There's a bunch of different Git clients that you can use to send Git. Git Bash is just like a command line. You can use the Visual Studio's built-in Git, but either way, as long as you're pushing your changes to Git, you're safe. It's easy to revert, look at your history, etc., have people contribute. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break here, have a cigarette, maybe grab a snack, and then we'll move on to some code. Give me 5 minutes, guys. All right, I'm back. I wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't recommend doing the Visual Studio Git thing yet, because you just did all that GitHub stuff. So I would just use GitHub for desktop, and that way you have better control over. Like you won't need to push from Studio. You can if you want to, but you don't have to link anything. What you're doing right now will work just fine. But there's in coding and in tech, there's 100 ways to skin a cat. You can do it however you find most comfortable. Some people prefer to use the command line. Some people want to use Visual Studio. I'm not a fan of Visual Studio's Git, so I don't use it. And GitHub for desktop is really, it's very simple. You don't have a lot of control over stuff. Like if you wanted to, I don't know, get very specific things, you have a lot more control from the Git bash, which I do have Git bash and I do use it, but only if I need to. Yep, exactly. That's what I do. I'll do my code in Visual Studio. I'll open up Git when I'm ready to use it. Which let's see, where are we at? So we have our experimental build here, right? I'm going to minimize it, and I'm going to make sure, do I have the right one open? So here's our UO Shadowlands. Here's our experimental build. I'm going to open it up. And so the first thing I need to do for a new server, because we know that this works, let's start it up real quick and get in game. And see what it looks like. Oh, I can't get in game. Right. So the first thing I need to do is the packet protocol stuff. Hang on. So what just happened right now is that ServUO can't start because it's set to a class library. It needs to be a console application so that it can launch the console application. I was just going to ask you, D7, while I was out smoking, I was going to ask. That's not bad, 20 minutes. I'll still play with you. As soon as you're done, if you have time, we'll play. All right, so the reason that I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm going to explain this as I go, is that I am doing a custom client, custom classic UO client that does a packet handshake to make sure that the server that it's making sure that the client that they're using is mine, and the server checks that, and then it's making sure that the server is mine. So the client and the server do a handshake to make sure that it's UO Shadowlands on both ends, because I don't want people using my client on their servers, because there's a lot of packet transferring that goes on that will cause crashes, and I don't want people. It goes both ways. But so if I open up my client here and I were to look at the packets here, which I'm going to open this up and off screen it so that I can look at the packets, but we send a bunch of packets here. So if we look at packets, we're sending the Twitch packets, we're sending the friend system packets, direct message packets, friend request. We're sending a bunch of stuff here. We also have one for verification, so we've edited existing packets. I think that's in is UOSL. So in the second login, when they select their character, we send a bool. So I need to edit all this stuff and make sure that we're sending these packets. So we're going to do that now, and how we're going to do that is in the packet handler. So I'm going to open packet handlers.cs. Okay, so this is just unedited packets. This is just what this looks like. We're going to add my packets to this, which will be, a lot of them will be the extended packets. They all go through the same packet ID. So let me open up my server and go to, I'm just going to open the project, and I'm going to open the packet handler here and compare them. Packets can be iffy, and if you're new to coding, I wouldn't recommend jumping into these right away. You have to do client and server edits for packets, and you have to ensure the capacity on both ends sometimes. But I guess I will keep this up on this screen so you guys can see what I'm doing, but I'm gonna compare these basically side by side. So I'm gonna go to packets.cs in our old repo, and I'm gonna grab our packets, and then I'm gonna edit them on the other side. So I'm gonna do these in chunks basically, so that we're adding. So so I can show you guys kind of what we just want the seed or the secondary login. So we have second login or is UOSL. Okay, so login complete packet. I'm gonna look up the login complete packet. So here it is. And if we compare these side by side, obviously they're different. So I'm gonna copy my packet here for login complete and put it here. And this is a custom edit. So when we send login complete, we're sending this bool now. What did we send before? Let's see. So you can see that the packet length was 1. Now we're sending a packet length of 2. And the 1 is the packet ID. The 2 is the bool. So we're sending that in packets. And this is what we're sending to the client to tell it that this is our server. Now let's keep looking for these. So here's our old, we're gonna look up is USL. Okay, so we're good there. Then we need a packet handler. And this is where it receives packets. So my client sends a packet to the server, it needs to know what to do with it. In packet handlers, I have another is UOSL bool. This is going to be in game login. So let's go back here and look at, in packet handlers, we're going to look at game login. So the first thing that we do is we have a bool that is read after the username and password. So if I were to come over here, copy this and find it exactly where it's at, we're going to grab the bool. And these are read in order. So when we send a packet, it's going to read the string, it's going to read the string, and it's going to read the bool. This is gray because we're not using it. We haven't used this yet. So let's down here. What it does is it disconnects you. So we do a console write line, log in. This is the state. This is your IP address. UO Shadowlands client verified. And then it does the 1 here. I could update this code actually. So this should be state, and this should be is UOSL. And we can get rid of these now. If it isn't my server, or if it isn't my client, it disposes the state, it disconnects you, and it just returns. It doesn't go any further than this. I think that's all we have to do there. Let's see if there's any more of these. There's not. So there's that. What else do we need to do? Oh, right. We need to go to game login here and update the size. So game login is currently 65. Its length is 65. We've increased that. So if we look at our old code, and I'm sorry, I'm alt tabbing really fast here. If we look at our old code and we go back up to game login, it's 66 because we're sending a bool now. We've increased the length by 1. So we're going to send 66. And I like to comment these original 65, even though I could do this in Git. Or alternatively, I would do something like the whole line of original code, and then do 66. So we've updated the game login packet. I think that's all we need for the verification, but let's test it out before we get cocky. So this is the old server, this is the new server. So let's fire it up and see if my client will connect, and then we'll do the friend packet stuff. Let's see, where's my error? I need to thought I did this already. Entry point. This isn't an error in the code. It's because I need to launch the exe. I'd like to do it in debug mode though, but I forgot how to do this. Server properties. I figured it was here. Let me look this up. I know that I've done this before. I just forgot what it was. Oh. I think I need to icon startup project console application. I need to set the exe or something. Oh, it's because I was starting scripts. My bad. Not server. I was starting scripts. Let me make sure I'm not running too much shit here. First compile server, then point to the server exe, but have the project start in scripts. Do you have the project start in scripts? I thought it was... I don't know how to point the exe. That's why I'm confused. I think I accidentally... Okay, hold on. I think I accidentally set this... Okay, so server is a console application. And script should be a class library. And then we build server. So let me build the scripts real quick. Okay, that succeeded. And then build solution. I accidentally set this to scripts. Oh, what the hell? I just want to see if the client's going to connect. I'll deal with this in a minute. No, that didn't work. I don't know what that means though, point to the exe. I don't know how to point to an exe. Scripts is a class library, which should be right. Server is a console application. Do I do Windows application? And then, no. It's just how I've always done this. Assembly use scripts, default namespace server, output library. I'm sorry, I still don't know what that means. Hang on, let me look at how I'm doing this here. This is, oh no, this is the other one. Let's go here. What do you have set in debug tab? So scripts is a class library. And server is a console application. This is like a fresh install, so it's whatever was default when I downloaded it. So let's go back. What do you have set in the debug tab? The debug tab. Are you talking about this? Below application. You're talking about the assembly info? I don't. Ah. Okay. Thanks. Nope. That's so weird. It should be. It's literally a fresh install. Update? Update on what? Sounded the same as my old error. Well, this one is, it's because I'm trying to run it in. Hang on. I'm just trying to compare these to make sure I've got all the same settings. Oh, no. It's not an update thing. I'm not missing an assembly or anything like that. But honestly, this should just work. I shouldn't have to set this stuff. Not that it's a big deal, but I'm going to make sure that I'm matching up. So one of these is for server and one of these is for scripts. And it's a class library, all that's good. Build. Application. Those are good. Those are fine. Build events, debug. Alright, where am I? Server Shadowlands. Okay. I'm going to try this again. I don't think it worked, but let me do a clean build real quick. Ah, man. Is it because... Let me try to run it on release and see if it makes a difference. I have in this repo, I had to compile, then use the exe in my setup. I can walk you through what to put in the rest of the fields. This isn't the newest repo. This is pub 57. But yeah, give me a second and I might take you up on that. But I want to see if running this on release will make a difference first. I'm not trying to get too crazy with this, but it's having problem accessing the compiler. Okay, so sure. What do I do from here? So if we're in a debug release, let's do. I would do server, right? I feel like this should work. In application, I have this. I'm listening. I'm in application. Assembly name scripts. Default namespace server. Assembly name scripts would be in scripts or in server if I'm looking at this. So would I go to properties on scripts? Assembly name scripts CS. Output type library. Okay. So assembly name scripts, default namespace is server, output type is library, debug tab. Okay. profile. Where's profile? Launch executable. You mean to start external program and we do the executable here? No. It's 2019. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that. Start project. Oh, right. Then you should get the field to enter. Give me 1 second. I want to see this error. You know what? Oh my god, guys. I'm so I cloned the repo. I cloned the fucking repo and it doesn't include Rosalind. Hang on. So it's missing bin Rosalind. Let me see if it's in here. Oh man, that's so dumb that I even made that mistake. Because I was teaching him how to use Git and I had deleted my Git and then recloned it. So look, experimental. I should have just read the fucking error. I'm probably missing the Rosalind exe because it wasn't in there in the repo. That's why. So I'll just grab it real quick. I probably still have the zip. This wasn't even a real problem. It was just because I wasn't paying attention. And if I had just read the error instead of dicking around with everything, I would have been fine. All right. Let's go to my recycle bin because I think I deleted the zip. All right, here's pub 57. I'm going to leave that on my desktop and grab the bin and replace this bin here. And that will include the exe. Okay. This is, where are we? This is the old server. This is new server. And this should work fine. The reason that happened, guys, was that I had uploaded this to a Git to show somebody something, and then I deleted my Git locally, re-downloaded it, but because Rosalind is in the Git ignore, it didn't get the exe. It needs the Rosalind thing to compile scripts. I'm going to save this and shut it down now that I made an account. Okay, we're starting it up. Okay, so let's run classic UO and see if it will connect. Actually, let me update the IP on this. I have it set to 2.4, so we're going 2.3. And it will likely disconnect me at some point, but we want to just see if this works. So a lot of this stuff isn't going to send my class, my avatar, all that, but okay. So the client verification is good to go. Okay, I'm going to push that, right? So we made this change. I'm going to save these fucking. So packets, and packet handler, and we're going to push this for client server verification. And that's all we need to commit there. And I think so that I don't make that mistake again, I'm going to go update the git ignore. Maybe not. It actually shouldn't have ignored it because of this. But it's alright. Okay, so I'm going to discard these changes I did to these because they weren't necessary. Whatever. Alright, anyways, we did the client verification. I'm going to do the friends list next to get that in. So everything is in here client side. I'll probably end up crashing the server if I do certain things like, nope. Or it just won't work. Like a lot of the stuff just won't work. Like if I click on social, it can't get my friends list. It won't do anything. See, it didn't give me a targeter. We need this friends list to work, so we're gonna go update the packets for the friends list next. Let's save this. Alright, so let's close all this out. And we're dealing with packets and packet handlers. Yes, I'm so down to play Rocket League. You should probably do the tutorial thing first. Like they have training courses. Do you want to try them first before you get all? Just want to make sure it like runs for you before we get into a game on stream. I'm already getting spacey. Okay, so we've dealt with the packet handlers. We're going to deal with the server sending packets to the client. So I'm going to come up here and just look for the friend stuff. So we've got friend list. We've got friend list. We've got direct message. We've got friend requests. So we're going to add these up here. And this is in the experimental. So we've added those. I'm going to get errors because some of this stuff doesn't exist. I could go add it, I guess. So we'll need a mobile. Mobile.cs. But I should write some of this down so I know exactly what it is that I'm changing. Am I coming back? I don't. Fred, I'm on stream now. I don't know. Give me like 2 or 3 minutes. Actually, give me like a few minutes, D7, to just at least finish just this piece here. I want to get the friends list going. It shouldn't take too long. Let's go open mobile.cs. And we're looking for, what are we looking for? We're looking for avatar. So I'm going to need to add these on mobile. And there's already a list of enums. So I think there's enums right here. So I'll add these to the enums. So we have player class. I'm putting it inside this region on purpose because this is the enums region. Then we have avatar class type. And I'm just going to drop this right below these. What else were we missing? What was the other error? So we have avatar class type and player level. Let's look for player level. Oops. Player level. We're going to add the Twitch stuff later, but we need the avatar, the class type, and the player level. And they don't exist here, so we're going to add them. Let's go look at... Oops, I had it here. Alright, so here's our level. Let's go up a bit, or down a bit. Where are these at? They're here. Okay. So we need the level. Your power went out. That sucks. And we need the class, right? We need the avatar and the class. Cool. So did we get all of this? We needed, what did we need? We need the avatar, class, and level. And those are good. So where are errors coming from? Oh, I need to put these somewhere different. My bad. They need to be in mobile. They need to be in here somewhere. I'll just put them at the bottom of this. Okay, and then we want to serialize these. So in mobile.cs, we have level. Okay, level type. So we want these 3. I'll probably need to change these numbers. These are for deserialize. Let's look at serialize. Doing a lot of dumb backwards work here, but I have to, so it'll be worth it, I think. So right now we're writing 37. Cool. We just need to write 40. Then these will work just fine. So we're writing the level, the class type, and the avatar. 40, 39, 38, 37. We're good there. Then we deserialize. So in deserialize, we'll do the same thing. Deserialize. Oh, it's in selection. We're going to do current document. Okay, so we're grabbing these 3. 38, go to 37. Perfect. Okay, so we should be getting these now. Let's see if it works. Do we need to update the packets for this? We did. So we're sending the friends list now. So let's test it before we commit it on the repo, but let's start up the server and run the client. Okay, so, oops. your power crashed your server. If that's the case, it likely just corrupted a save. So you'd want to just roll back your save. So in order to know whether this is working or not, I'd need to create a second account. So that I can friend them together and see. Okay, I'm not sending the packet, so hang on. We did something wrong. Oh, duh. We need to go to player mobile and handle this shit. We need to add event syncs and stuff for this. So we need player mobile. Let's close these clients out. I forgot to do this event sync thing. So we look at the logic of this instead of trying to, because sometimes I try to use, when I'm using old code or I'm using someone else's code, I actually get more confused than if I just follow the path. So what happens, the client, when we click add, it's going to send a packet that's going to fire off packet handler and it's going to hit friend. So did we add this in the current code? Let's check. So in packet handler, packet handlers, friend. See, I don't even think we added it to the packet handler. That explains a lot. Right down here, we need to add the packet handler. So I could swear we did this. That's all right. Let's go and look at friend. So we're sending all of the friend stuff through 92. I'm just going to put it at the bottom. And then friend doesn't exist. So friend is going to be down here. We're going to get this whole friend thing and their events. Friend, direct message. Okay. So up to here. Okay, so now we need to add the invokes, the event syncs. So let's open up event sync. And over here, we need to open up event sync. And grab all the friend shit. So we have from friend request to add friend. And we'll go to the top and do it here. Alright, so I'm going to come down here and add the friend event arguments. Here's friend request, friend list, and remove friend. And finally, direct message. Okay, what's next? The event sync itself. So here's these. Then we need to invoke it. So we go invoke friend add, invoke friend list, invoke friend remove, direct message. Cool. Got all these. Oh, did I forget direct message? Let's see. I probably did. I did. I forgot it. No problem. Okay. And then finally, we just need to, let's go friend again. So we do all these invokes, and then we do a reset. So right here, we go down to the bottom and do the resets. To be honest with you, I don't know what these resets do. So friend list, direct message, snow. I think that's it. All right, so in player mobile, we need to add a listener for these, I think. So we're going to do event sync right here. So we are monitoring on log out, on log in, on event connected, disconnected. We need to add when these things happen. It looks like your save was corrupted. All you gotta do is open up your folder, delete the saves folder, which is this, or delete everything in the saves folder. And if you have your backups enabled, you can grab one of these old saves like this, grab all these files, copy them, and put them inside of the now empty saves folder. But your saves folder is corrupted, so just delete what's inside of here and copy over the backups. If you care about the backups. If it's just a fresh server, it doesn't matter. Shit, I just got super sidetracked. Alright, player mobile. Okay. Let's open up player mobile, go to let's look at friend. Okay. So we're going to grab all these friend requests, event syncs and stuff. I'll put them down here. Friend request, friend list, remove friend. And we need direct message. I keep forgetting that one. And then we need to add their functionality. So we can grab them here. We've got friend request, friend add, remove friend, get direct message, and friends list. Dope. So this is going to generate some errors for sure because friends doesn't exist. So we need to make sure that friends does exist. It's all good, dude. Stuff happens. So from friends, we have a list here, getters and setters. I guess we'll put this at the bottom of getters and setters. Where's the end of this region? Here. Cool. So we've got our friends list. And mfriends doesn't exist, so we need that. Let's look at auto-stabled. Here we go. Okay, we need to serialize this stuff. And the things we need to serialize is really just our friends list for now. So we're going to go down to serialize. And we're going to write friends and increase version to 41. And then we're going to go to deserialize. And we're reading a mobile list, so this is what we want here. And this is actually just going to be 41 going to 40. I'm probably forgetting something, but we'll just run it and see. I think we've handled a lot of it. Yeah, on UO Revealed, we had run saves like every 15 minutes, and we made them back up further than 3. So they'd save like 20 saves, so we could roll back to like way back. Like we could roll back hours, we could roll back, longer periods of time, but the saves are still frequent. All right, so I'm running 2 clients here. I'm going to log into Keith 2. And we're going to log into Keith 1. Let's see if this friends list works. I accept. Dope. It's looking good. So friends list works. Let's test this messaging system. Dope. We're good there. So I do need to serialize the avatars. It looks like those weren't saving, and then we'll get into the party stuff. But for now, I'm going to push this. So I know that this works. Let's run a server save and restart and see if for sure to see if everything's serializing properly, because the friends list should save after a reboot. All right, so I don't need my second client for this. My guy will be in the friends list if it did or didn't work. All right, cool. So we're definitely saving stuff. D7, are you still around? Fred, I see you talking in the Discord. I do the noob stuff sometimes, but I've jumped ahead. This is pretty much a fresh install of what's going on. In your case, if you're completely new to ServUO and you don't know like what's going on right now, follow along the best you can. Watch what I'm doing. Look at how I'm using Visual Studio, but don't pay so much attention to the code itself. But I will compile this into a video later for YouTube and cut out some sections of it for you guys so that you can see how we do a fresh ServUO install and how we did the GitHub, because we did a pretty good tutorial on that, I think. Oh, that was a hydrate, not a drink alcohol. My bad. All right, D7. I'm going to have a quick smoke break. Me and you will play like a round or 2 of Rocket League. And then after a round or 2 of Rocket League, I'll get back to coding. Before I do, though, we want to push these updates. So this is how I would realistically use GitHub, okay? So what did I add in this last patch? I added the friends list. Friends list and packets. Or friends list and friends packets. Really, I could just say friends list and it would cover the bases, but that's what we added in this last patch. And I could keep coding on top of this, but I want to have different commits for different things. I could have updated all the packets and added all the Twitch stuff and everything and just submitted one file for the packets. But because we're breaking this into, you know, I'm doing this for the sake of learning GitHub or showing you guys GitHub. I just only did the friend stuff on purpose. So, and I could also leave a note in here, like we've added player classes. So added player classes, avatars, and levels, because we needed those for the friends list. And I think we're good here. I think this is good. So I have this, I'm going to commit to master, and I'm going to push to origin. And now my next commit, I'll still do stuff with packet handlers and mobiles and all that. I'm still going to do that. But I'm going to submit it as a different patch. So I'm going to take a 5-minute smoke break, guys. Hang around. We'll play a couple rounds of Rocket League, and then we'll get back into coding, okay? Oh, you're going to need to add me on Steam, D7. My Steam name is The Real Keith, but I think that friend IDs work better, so let me find the friends stuff real quick. I think I would go... Let's see. Okay, here's my friend code. So punch that in for the friend code thing, and once you've added me and I come back, we'll play some Rocket League. Cool? Be right back, guys. Pyro, you always show up like at the weirdest times. We're just going to play 2 rounds of Rocket League, and then we're going to code. And then I'll catch you up on what we're doing. Be right back. All right. Did you add me on Steam? Let's see. Yes, you did. Do you want to get in Discord, or are you going to be able to handle that Discord and you're going to be able to handle Discord and playing the game at the same time? Let me update my Steam info or stream info here. So just so you guys know, we're just going to play a couple rounds of Rocket League. I find that this keeps my head a little bit clearer, like with the code, so I'm not staring at the same thing over and over again and then get back to it. So we will get back to coding after like 2 rounds. They're like 10-15 minutes. It won't be long. Do we need communication? No, not really. But there's a delay between me and you on the stream, and you'd probably get less latency listening to the stream than you would if we were in Discord. Yeah, you're right. If you want to jump into the general chat in Discord and then close the stream, D7, we'd be better. Show us playing. Alright, I'm gonna launch Rocket League here. You're lucky, Constant, that I was doing all this tonight, because it's really hard for me to help people one-on-one sometimes. I just don't have a lot of time to do it. But I just happen to be, I'm going to work off of a new ServUO build, and this will give me a chance to do some tutorials and stuff. If you haven't already checked the rest of our links out, here's some links for you guys to, if you're not interested in Rocket League. Okay, so I sent you an invite, D7. You can play games on Steam without paying, but you still have to buy the games. I did say hi when you came back. Pyro, welcome. I haven't seen you in a bit, dude. I actually overslept and I didn't start my stream until like 2 o'clock in the morning again. D7, did you get my invite?
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't it working?
You're not in the party yet.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
If anybody else has Rocket League and wants to join us, you're more than welcome to. It's true, this game will be free. It'll probably work better once you're in game.
Am I in party now, or?
No, it'll show you it'll show your car pop up on my screen. Like our cars will be next to each other.
I always get this message for the invite, but
Why don't you try to invite me to a game?
you accepted an invite to play. Oh, error while communicating with Rocket League servers. Please try again. Nice. Okay, how do I do these invites?
Okay, so in the bottom right hand corner, there's two little people, like a little icon. Click it, and then you'll see me, and then click that, and then click invite to party.
Okay.
As long as we get in a party, it doesn't matter who starts it. You'll just have to pick the matches.
So I do this in the chat box, right?
No, do everything from in-game. Except the invite from in-game. Have you been doing that? So if you're in-game right now and I invite you to a party, you'll get a Steam notification. Ignore the Steam notification.
Oh, I have to ignore the Steam notification.
Yeah. Look down at the bottom right-hand corner in-game, and you should see the invite there probably.
Yeah. Okay.
And then click the green checkbox or whatever. No?
No, I don't get any boxes or.
Do you get any notifications in-game?
I get a notification.
In-game.
Shift tab to reply. Invite.
No, you're getting those are Steam notifications.
Yeah.
There should be a notification in-game somewhere. But if it doesn't work, you can try to invite me to a game and I'll accept. But invite me from in-game.
Okay, you have to guide me through how do I do this. It's the first time playing.
Okay, so you're at a screen where your car is sitting there, right? And you see play and item shop garage. There's a button next to your little avatar in the bottom left. This says invite players, or there's a button on the bottom right hand corner. You can use either one, but if you click on the little tab that says invite players, do you see that?
Oh, I don't have this button.
Hang on, I'll send you a picture.
Well, shall I turn on my stream for a second?
No, I'll send you a photo in Discord.
Yeah, I've seen it, and I have your stream open.
Oh.
I'm watching you, so.
You don't have either one of these buttons?
No, I don't have that. Is it an extension or something I need to download?
No, it should just work.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Let me add you. No, you don't have enough. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird.
I get the Steam notification, but not in-game anything like an invite.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Can you? All right. What?
Maybe this is because I'm running Steam from Ubuntu and there's something that's not getting through to the game. But should be. I'm not sure.
Let me see if there's. Do Mac and Linux get full crossplay with Windows users? Mac and Linux are being distributed through Steam, unless I'm wrong. So yeah, they should work together. Yes. Let's look up Rocket League can't send invites. Can't invite players to party. Party invites not working. Issues joining team, not receiving invitations. Let's see. Go to privacy settings and allow your friends to see what games you're playing. See if that helps. I have an account where I have my games. Blah blah blah. I doubt that that's the problem though. Can't see invite tab. Can't invite recent players. Not sure how they changed. Parties other platforms.
if I go to play on the main menu, should I see something like network or?
No, that will just put you in a round.
Oh, I have a different screen over in here. For me, it only says, if I go on play, it only says local, play local. And that's it.
You are like in offline mode. I don't even know if that's a thing. Relaunch Rocket League. It may be in offline mode. It may not have connected. Do you have a firewall?
I have one, but no, the problem.
Rocket League local only. Rocket League is kind of let's play on. Today, Epic Games stop. Oh my God! Today, Epic Games owned Psyonix announced that they will stop supporting Rocket League on Mac OS and Linux starting in March. Psyonix says it will release a final patch on both platforms that month that will turn off online features, which means you won't be able to play online multiplayer anymore. You'll still be able to play matches with your friends sitting in front of the computer, though. It's so fucked up, dude. Why would they remove that? Why would they remove that?
Why?
Like, it was already in there. Oh my God, dude. It's because fucking Epic Games bought it. That's why. Pieces of shit. Oh well. I guess we can't play together. Sorry.
Well,
I tried. At least we found an answer.
yeah.
I'm still gonna play a round or two.
Why dropping the online mode? Okay, so I'm going to play offline.
You can, if you have someone over at your house and you have like two controllers, you can totally play together though. I would honestly, if I were you, I would refund it. You can refund it for like, if you play for 3 hours or you return it within 24 hours or something, you can refund it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I would refund it if I were you, because if you can't play online, Rocket League shit. So you can do that through Steam automatically. I think if you go to like your purchase history in the Steam application, you can go to get a refund. It'll take a few days, but that way you didn't pay for nothing.
Oh, yeah, okay, we'll do that.
Dude, I refund I refund just about every game I buy, because if I get in it and I play like 20 minutes of it and it's shit, I'm like, nope, I'm not even dealing with it. I've refunded so many games. What works better for me, and I'm going to say this on live stream, but I will pirate a game, play a little bit of it, and if I don't like it, I just don't buy it. But if I like the game, I'll go back and I'll buy it.
Okay.
Pirating for me is actually just demos. That's how I demo a game. I steal it.
And yeah, like in the early days you had these demo versions, now they don't exist anymore. You just have those, what do you say, these gameplays on YouTube.
It should like warn you though, before you buy the game. It should tell you that it doesn't work on Mac or Linux.
Well, apparently they don't.
These guys are gonna beat me pretty bad. Alright, well, they're pushy, so I'm gonna blow them up. Ugh. Oh, so, viewers, I'm trying to break my streams up into shorter segments. Otherwise, YouTube won't let me upload them anymore. Because 12-hour streams are too big. So like at like the 6 or 7 hour mark, I'm gonna stop the stream for like an hour, eat some breakfast and stuff, and then I come back. That's how I'm gonna start handling my streams. It worked out pretty well in the last one, so I mean, there's always a chance I don't come back, but I probably will because I have a lot of code shit to catch up on. So yeah, I'll probably pop off here just shortly, not after this game, but a little bit after this game. Once I put in some more of those packets and stuff, I'm gonna jump off and come back. But I'll send you guys a notification in Discord when that happens, when I go back online. I don't know what other games, you should look at Stick Fight. I bet you'd have fun with Stick Fight with me, and I think it's only $5. But I would make sure that it's cross-compatible first. But Stick Fight's fucking hilarious.
Okay.
But I have no idea if it runs on Linux or not. In
Sounds
fact,
like a simple game.
In fact, everybody should get Stick Fight. It's $5. If you guys get Stick Fight, we can all play it. It's so fucking funny. It's like I don't know, your stick figures fighting, but you pick up weapons and shit, and the physics are hilarious. It's like competitive but fun at the same time. It's not competitive in a way that you want to win. It's competitive, you're killing each other, but it's all in good fun. Me and Kenny got this game a while back, and we would play the shit out of it. Moody had it too, actually. I bet if Moody wasn't so busy, he's kind of piled on with work right now. But Pyro, Rocket League works, but Epic Games just pulled support for multiplayer. They just did an announcement in March or something. It said that they bought it and they pulled support for multiplayer. So he just bought the game and it just gave him single player options, like to play locally only. They're so stupid. They'd be better just fully pulling support for it. Do I even have a teammate? I don't. Oh my god, I'm fucking doing these guys solo. Alright. I was like, where's my guy? Like, you should be backing me up or blocking a fucking goal or something. I'd be better off just leaving this game. I'm not going to win a 1v2. Not far behind like that. Imagine there would be something like a virtual machine to run Windows on. Just you have the game, run it in a virtual machine in Linux. But I imagine, when you bought it, did you buy a Linux version of it? I have no idea how that works.
I just downloaded Steam on Ubuntu and there was never mentioned something about it shouldn't work.
You should dual boot that machine so that you can just boot it up in Windows at startup.
Yeah, but if you're working on Ubuntu and just want to play one round, shutting down and booting up again to Windows, it's like...
Yeah, but I mean, if it depends what you're doing. I mean, I'm probably going to end up dual booting this machine instead of doing virtual machine. When I get into Linux, I'm probably going to dual boot it. But I'm going to main Windows and then use Linux when I need to. instead of the other way around.
Yeah, but for me it's the other way around, like Linux main and.
But either way, like if you're gonna go play some games or whatever, I'd imagine that it wouldn't be too difficult to set up a dual boot. Even when I used to mess around with like Backtrack 5, I had it on like a bootable USB drive, and it was persistent too. So I could like pop my USB into any computer and then boot into Backtrack.
Yeah, you can do that.
That was super cool, especially for Backtrack, because it was. Everybody uses Kali Linux now, but back when I was fucking around with Linux, it was Backtrack 5, which they probably came out with something newer, huh? I bet there's a Backtrack 6 out there.
So, okay, how do I do this refund?
I can help you with it later if you can't figure it out. I do it a lot. I just don't know how. But you want to look at your transaction history or something. It's probably an option in Steam. I feel like we definitely need to have like a big game night thing where everybody in the stream just joins one big server for something. It could be like, we could do anything. We could do like Terraria, or we could do like Ark. I've played Ark. Anything that would support like up to 30 players, but not be an MMO, like just something smaller.
Yeah.
I had fun with Terraria. Starbound 2 is pretty good. Baldur's Gate would work if we don't get too many people.
You know what? I will keep Rocket League and get my Windows running, and then if I know we're going to play Rocket League, I can switch to Windows. If it's not just for half an hour or so.
That sounds good. I'm down for that. Come on, somebody in the audience has to go grab Stick Fight real quick. It's $5. Hell, I'll even fucking pay for it. I think I could do the $5. My wife will be like, "The fuck is this?"
Stick Fight.
I doubt that it's cross-platform, but who knows? My teammate needs to get his shit together here. That was like the longest fall ever. I'm just gonna blow people up. I enjoy it more. Fuck, that was so close. Thank you. Alright, this will be my last game, unless somebody gets stick fight. But if if nobody gets stick fight, I'll jump back into what we're doing. We have to get all of our weird packets into a default version of ServUO, basically, is what we're doing. So, I don't know if you guys remember, maybe Pyro probably remembers, but I had issues compiling the Twitch library into ServUO because it uses .NET Standard, and ServUO uses 4.7.2 or 4.7.8 or whatever. It uses framework and not .NET Core. And so it had some issues, and so I ended up sort of jimmying it, like I kind of rigged it so that it would work, but I wasn't able to run compile.win. And so I was trying to come up with a solution this morning to better handle it, and I couldn't. And so I ended up just I downloaded the source for the Twitch lib, and I just put it in ServUO. Like it runs in its own, it runs as a script, basically. And that solved all of my problems. And while I was at it, I actually found a glitch or bug inside of TwitchLib and reported it to them, and they put in a pull request. So that was cool too. I lied. I'm going to play one more. I wasn't satisfied with that game. And so now what I'm doing is I've been looking at the differences between the latest repo, like the latest ServUO, which doesn't support my eras. And I compared it to pub57, and I compared it to like my old UO revealed build and all kinds of stuff. And I started digging around with the UO revealed build and getting my stuff into it, but I wasn't really, I had created bugs that I couldn't go back and fix, or I couldn't hunt them down. I decided to sort of, because I had a lot of old code in UO Revealed that when I first started learning how to code, I started adding mechanics that I'm not going to keep. I started adding like temperature and shit, and I decided not to do the temperature. I was going for more of a survival thing, but I was really just playing with mechanics to learn how to code. Kind of like I'm doing with the Twitch bot. That's me trying to learn how to code, but it kind of blew up. But because I have all these mechanics in there and they're badly coded, I decided to just start with a fresh pub57 and do what I need to do to it. So I'm doing a fresh pub57, and I'm starting with just the client and packet stuff that I've dealt with, so that the client supports so that the server supports all of the client changes I've done. And once we do that, getting the rest of our stuff in there won't be difficult, because there's not really a lot. So earlier tonight on the stream, I walked everybody through how to get like a fresh ServUO up with GitHub and Visual Studio, and like what to do with it from that point. We did a pretty thorough GitHub explanation, so I'll probably snip that in production and post it on YouTube in case anybody wants to reference it. With the full .NET Core version. No, I went with pub57. That's the whole point. What do you mean full netcore version? Because the netcore stuff confuses the hell out of me. Like, I get what they did with the scripts and stuff, but how does it benefit me aside from just the scripts compiling separately? Like, I'm not really concerned about loading times or anything. And as far as like some of the language goes, it doesn't really matter as long as what I'm doing works. Like, I can see how it would benefit ServUO as a whole, but it doesn't really make a difference to me because I'll just write my scripts around it. Will it? Will it run faster enough to matter? I mean, the game's 20 years old. So fuck, it's almost 30 years old. I don't think we've ever had like any serious performance issues. Hell, when we go live, we're gonna be on like a pretty beefy dedicated server with SSDs and shit. So I think that the hardware will handle it. We're gonna bottleneck the code. If I go with the latest .NET Core stuff from ServUO, I lose the eras, and that's why I'm doing this change, because I need the Renaissance era stuff, and I don't want any of the resistances and all that. And I was gonna backwards develop it so that I could do that, but there's so much. I mean, there's like damage and spells and all kinds of shit. I'd rather it be in there optionally, so that I can pick and choose what I want, like I used to, without having to code a bunch of it in. No, I'm not gonna get like a big PC because I can. I'm gonna put it on a dedicated because I need it to be reliable. Like, I need it to be reliable. If it's a live server, I'm not gonna. I don't know. Some servers will reboot like 3 times a day because they do code changes, but it's not really what I'm going for. Some, I'll reboot once a week on a scheduled thing. But in terms of like the code, I'm getting it dedicated so that it's stable. I'll probably spend about $150 a month on it. When we go live. For now, we're going to be on a shit VPS. Because part of what you're paying for is the host itself. Like, if you go with the shitty host, they have downtime or they get DDoSed and they don't have protection for it and stuff. So if you go with a decent host and a decent machine, the SSDs help with the load times and save times. The save times are most important because, like, I've seen populated servers, the save times are like in a minute long because they're still using hard drives. The SSDs do wonders for the save times. Save frequency, I think, helps with that too. I don't know. Somebody verify that, but I think the more often you save, the less the saves take. Yeah, VPSs have protection. I'm not against using a VPS. It's just the dedicateds are better. You get a full machine. Why not? I could put our web host on it and everything. I have considered going with a scalable VPS too. I want it to be on par with. I want it to be on par with the dedicated or close to it. Ooh, nice block. Damn. It's not that much. We paid that for You Revealed, and we had it up for a year like that, and was able to sustain it just on donations. It's kind of what the donation money's for. So when people would buy shit off buy shillings or whatever we had for the donation currency, it'd go towards the server. The only reason that I rent a server instead of buy one is because they have the 1 gig ports. If I could host it on my local machine and get some business grade internet in my house for cheaper, maybe I'll do that. Fuck it. If I'm paying $150 a month for a dedicated server, I might as well put it in my living room, right? But I have kids, man. What if he just decides to pull the plug? What if he's like, fuck all these UO players, just pulls the plug? My PC has a 1 gig port, but it doesn't mean my internet provider does. My internet provider has to support that. My internet provider is not that fast. Let's see what we're at. Let's do a speed test. My stream may lag while I'm doing this. Oh, jeez, I just gave everybody my fucking IP. Yeah, so I'm barely reaching 100 megabits per second. This should actually be like 300 I'm paying for. Am I up? 10? Oh my god, I'm watching my latency just spike on stream right now. Well, I'm gonna go reset my IP address. But yeah, my home internet wouldn't support it. In fact, those speeds that I'm getting are not even what I'm paying for. So I'm gonna have to call my cable company. All right. So where were we on what we were doing here? So I need to get everything kind of up to date in terms of the client. I need to make sure that the client is well supported. Regardless, it's down the road, Pyro. I'm not going out tomorrow and buying a dedicated. We're on a $20 VPS right now, and it's fine for what we're doing. And I'm probably overpaying for that even because it has a Windows license. Let me update the stream info real quick. We're gonna code just a little bit longer, and then I'm going to go make some breakfast for my family. Let me message my wife, who's one room away. Are you in the States? Yes, I live in Arizona. What am I making for breakfast? It's got to be Dooney. Hey, welcome, man. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad to see you. I'm gonna be making, I don't know, it's gonna be paleo, so it's probably gonna be over easy eggs, sausage, and salad, like super green salad, like spinach and shit. And my wife says, okay, so she knows what's going on. So okay, I want to get the client up to par before we start adding a bunch of features. To have 5G in my area? I don't think so. I'd like to get Google Fiber, but it's not offered where I'm at either. So make sure you have the right wires and hub if you use one. Cat 6 is still for higher speeds. Yeah, all my wires are good. I moved into the house next door, and I don't think it has the same actual like internet speeds as my old place. So I kind of just grabbed my modem and came over here. And I need to actually transfer the internet over. That was like a month ago. But I haven't had too many issues with ups and downs and stuff like that, my speeds, so I haven't really noticed it. Yeah, but 5G causes COVID. No, I'm just kidding. Tucson 5G speeds. Select your carrier. I mean, I think I'm Sprint. Oops. Maybe I do have 5G, but either way, why would I go 5G? But I mean, it's better than a hardwired line. Like if I got 5G internet. I don't know, man. Why are we talking about this still? I need to code something. What features am I missing here? So maybe what I should do. is look at the client. Let's look at the client GitHub history so that we can see what packets that we did back here in the past. So we have an initial commit. We have, I don't even know what I was doing. I was breaking stuff. Okay, this is not my client. This is why you do proper repo pushes. My Git pushes were bad. It's okay because we're kind of starting fresh, but I'm just gonna go and look at, let's add the Twitch bot. Let's just do that right now. Okay, so here is the old server. I'm gonna minimize that. I'm gonna close the client. I'm gonna open up over here and pin this, and we're gonna add the Twitch bot the way that I explained how I did it earlier. So we were using Twitch lib, and I had it in the server, and we had an interface and all kinds of stuff set up to deal with it loading out a server. But what I've decided to do was, let's do a new folder in scripts. Add, let me stop the server. It's getting really early, so my brain's not working, which is why we played Rocket League, but I don't think it helped. We're going to do customs, and we're going to do another new folder called Twitch Appy. And then I'm going to do another new folder called Twitch Bot, because one is the actual appy, one is the bot. So what I did was I took the source code from Twitch lib. I removed all the project files. I updated everything that I needed to update here. And this is like the source code for the bot. And instead of trying to compile it into DLLs and loading it and stuff like that and dealing with .NETs and all that shit, I'm just moving all of these folders straight into the project. So this will load it like a script. Then I can add my Twitch bot here. So we can go and grab the Twitch bot now. Hold on. Let's open this up real quick. So I'm gonna push this as initial Twitch bot or Twitch appy and commit it. And that way any changes I do to the actual Twitch bot itself. And just to be sure, I want to run this and make sure that it loads. It doesn't crash. Though it shouldn't. It shouldn't be loading these scripts really. It'll compile them, but shouldn't run any of them until I actually try to run the Twitch bot itself. Okay, cool. So no crash. So I'm going to open up ServUO, the other ServUO, the old ServUO. I'm going to come over to the customs and Twitch bot. Wrong project. Hold on. I think we want pre-AOS is where I did these changes. Okay, so here's customs and here's TwitchBot. So here's our appy and here's the TwitchBot stuff. I'm just going to grab all these and maybe bring them to my desktop. And I'll just transfer them over if it'll let me. Hang on 1 second. I had too many folders open. I'm losing my mind over here. I need more monitors. Here we go. All right, so in the new version here, I've got TwitchBot, Twitch Companion, Twitch Constants, and Twitch Emotes. So I used to load the password and stuff and load the bot in the world load event. What I've done instead was I made a file called Twitch Constants. I store the password and username in there, and I have it load on initialize. So it'll load Twitch Constants immediately when the server boots. So we can load TwitchBot and Twitch Companion and see that there's a bunch of errors. Okay, so we're missing Twitch channel from players. We need to go and add that to player mobile probably. If we look at the other project, I'm pretty sure that it's stored on player mobile or mobile. I think it's on mobile, but let's be sure. So let's collapse these, go to scripts, go to customs, go to our Twitch bots, and open Twitch bots and look at, what are we looking for? Twitch channel. And we scope in on that, and it is stored in mobile, right? So we're going to need a couple properties here. We're going to need the Twitch theme color, the Twitch channel, and the channel authenticated. And I know this isn't very fun coding because I'm just copying and pasting old code and all that, but I've got to do it, so we'll get into the more fun stuff later, I promise. So here we've got our player level stuff. We'll put it around there. So here's our theme color and all that. Now we need to add these other things here. So now we'll store the Twitch channel, the theme color, and the theme authenticated. And then we're probably going to need to serialize it. So let's go look at the color first. And I think I'm serializing these on player mobile. So if we go to player mobile, we'll deal with the serialization there. How's everybody doing? You guys sleepy yet? Am I putting you to sleep? Let's just go look at serialize. I'm going to load the other project for this. I'm pulling code from like 4 different places. It's kind of ridiculous. I need to make up my mind and deal with it, which is why we're doing this ServUO thing that we're doing right now. So let's look at server, open this project file. You're testing? What are you testing? Oh, your code. All right, so let's go to player mobile. Oh, it's already open. Cool. And we are in channel authenticate. Okay, so here's what we need. We're going to do the serialize first. Let me pin this. I'm going to use it later. So let's look for serialize. And what we have is channel authenticated, theme color, and channel. We need these 3 things. We're not dealing with the companions yet. So, and this was in player mobile. And we want to serialize. Okay. So we got 41. That means 42, 43, 44. So we're writing 44. And now we're going to deserialize. Let's see how we're dealing with the deserialize. Okay, so here we go here. And we said it was 44. We need to do, so we have 40, 41, 41, 42, 43, 44, 43, 42, 41, and 40. Does that sound right? Looks good. All right. It's funny, I don't need these. I'm in the habit of punching these in for whatever reason. There we go. All right, so we're serializing whether they're authenticated. Sweet. What else are we missing? We need to put a bunch of events on player mobile, so we need the event syncs. Okay, so here where we did the friend request stuff, we need to do a event sync for our Twitch stuff. So let's go to the event syncs here. And so we've got all of our Twitch buttons here. It's because we're sending packets to the server. This is where it's handling them. This is where the final kind of thing happens. These aren't going to exist yet, but we're still going to add them. So let's go down to Twitch theme, and I'm just going to grab all of these. We've got the internal hue picker, the Twitch gump, the Twitch connect, the Twitch disconnect. We need these. And we'll put these right down here where the friend stuff is. Friends list. Perfect. So this now is going to be Twitch constants. And I'm probably going to have to include like the Twitch library for this. I'll deal with it. We probably have to do using Twitch libs somewhere up there. But before I get into that, I'm going to leave this for now. Before we get into that, I need to add these event arguments and stuff the same way we dealt with the friends list. I'll show you where we're going to do this. Okay, so everything we see here, we've got this section here, which is friends list stuff. So we need to go to event sync here and add all this stupid shit. Okay, so we have the Twitch stuff here at the top. And I'm grouping these so that I can see them a little better and know what's what. So I'm going to find Twitch and just move on to the next thing. Alright, so we've got are these the event arguments? Direct message. Okay, so these can go here. Let's keep looking for the Twitch stuff. We need to go to event sync. I'm trying to keep this clean, and it's kind of an OCD thing, but I'm putting them in groups in order. So I'm putting like the Twitch theme stuff after Twitch friend because I did, or the friend stuff because I did friend stuff first. I don't know. It's too early. Alright, and then this is where we're going to deal with our invoking. So the reason that we have to do all of this way is because we have to pass the arguments over to the scripts somehow. We have to pass all this stuff to player mobile. And in order to do that, we have to go from like the server directory to the scripts directory. And you need some kind of interface or something to deal with that. So we're using the event arguments here. So we get a packet, we send it to event sync, and then when this happens, it's going to send the arguments to player mobile and fire the stuff that we want it to fire. This used to confuse the hell out of me. Like, I hated it. And honestly, it still does, but because I've done it enough that I can just kind of see how the template rolls and roll with it. But, alright, let's see where we're at. So from here, I think we just do the reset stuff, which is easy enough. So let's go down to reset. And we've got direct message, and then boom. Okay. And I feel like we're missing something. There was Twitch theme. What else did we invoke? We got Twitch theme, Twitch gump, Twitch disconnect, Twitch gump. Twitch gump equals null. Okay. So these should be good. And we're not getting any errors here. We're not getting any in packet handler, so it knows what to do there. The bot is looking pretty good. Twitch companion's going to have some issues, but it's because we're not using VitaNext right now. I'll deal with that in a minute. We're missing the Hearthstone as well because I haven't coded it in yet, and Mage Stabs enemy is controlled. That's part of VitaNext core. I think we're going to have to add VitaNext core for this. Yep, we got a lot of VitaNext core stuff to add. That's okay. So we'll deal with that in a minute. But on player mobile, we're now firing these events properly. Let's see what we got to do down here. Right, the internal picker. So new internal picker. We need the hue picker. So I'm probably missing a namespace there. Yep, need to use hue pickers. And this is also not going to let me do the from. So I'm going to go to this picker here and add one for, let's see, how did I deal with this before? Player mobile, hue picker. I'm just going to take the whole thing. I know this is good. All right, so that should fix that any second now. Okay, so we need to deal with this. Anything that says iTwitch companion is going to become just Twitch companion because we no longer need the interface. This is going to be Twitch constants dot active Twitch bot. Cool. Send. Send is probably a VNX core function, so I'll have to do that in a minute. Alright, now before I go any further, I'm going to add VNX core. Let me grab the version that I know is good. Okay, I'm downloading a zip. I have a pretty recent version of VNX. I could be wrong, but I think I can just drag this right into my scripts. So it's going to go in the main scripts directory. And I'm going to try to... Let's check for errors before we go any further. So Hearthstone's fine. We know that that doesn't work. Mage staff, we know that that's not there. Hearthstone, extended OPL. Okay, here's where we would use VNX. Using VNX. Sweet. Okay, VNX is good there. Here, player mobile. What are we missing? Ah, right. Twitch constants. That was some weird lag right there. Twitch constants, mobile, packets. Super cool. Okay, so I think all we need to do now is we need to add the Hearthstone and the mage staves. Let's do that. So let's go find them. I'm just going to look at these like raw instead of look at them in the project. So server, mage staff. And I'm going to put these in a folder called customs, add new weapons. And I'm going to make a new file. Called mage staff. EA Play on Xbox. Right, so the min-max damage and speed isn't going to be here because these were designed. I designed these in AOS. I need to sort of redesign them, so we're going to fix that in a second. But first, let's go look at mage stabs here. I'm trying to rush this because I want my family to, I want to make breakfast. Okay, so weapon type mage staff. I need to go to weapon enums and add mage staff to it. So let's go to right here. Oh, need a comma. So that should fix that error. Now we need to deal with speed, min, and max damage. I'm going to go take a look at, let's go take a look at a bow and see how they handle it there. Ammo type, AOS min damage, AOS speed. Okay, so we need to go old max damage and old min damage. Fair enough. Wait, are we in the right code? No, this is the right code. We're good there. This was old min damage and old max damage. And was there a speed on the bow? Old speed. Cool. I didn't mean to do that. I'm jumping between too many files and projects, and it's killing me. And this is probably an int, not a. Let's look at the bow. Yep, it's just an int. So this will be 20 to be on par with the bow, I guess. And we'll deal with the rest later. Okay. Cool, we got the mage staff in. Event sync's good. Player mobile is good. Packets are good. Packet handlers are good. Let's fire it up and see what happens. I'm excited for. Oh, wait. We didn't do Hearthstones. Let's go do Hearthstones. I should probably rewrite these. They kind of suck. Customs, weapons. Let's do a new folder and call it items. New Hearthstone. Oh, I should have named it. Oh, it did. Okay, cool. Alright, any errors in this? Just one. Bonfire. I've got to add bonfires. Son of a bitch. This is, all my code is so intertwined and bullshitty. Alright, let's go add bonfires. And there's a bunch of shit with bonfires too. They're like their whole thing. Let's just go to scope to custom here. So it looks like I can just grab the whole bonfires folder. I'm going to do that in the files. Server customs. Oh, scripts, I said. Customs. What is going on? Bonfires. Alright. I don't even know. These should just go in items or what? We'll just put it in customs. Bonfires. Do bonfires produce any errors? No errors there, no errors there, no errors there, no errors there. Hearthstone should be good now. We don't need bow. Mage staff. Old speed. Oh, it's got to be an int. Didn't I make this 20? There we go. Some mage staffs are good. Hue picker, touch companion. Still got some errors here. What do we got? Hearthstone should exist now. Using customs. Dope. Okay, touch companion should be good. Twitch bot. No errors there. Event sync. Packet handlers, player mobile. No errors there. Mobile and packets. Alright, we're looking good. Let's fire it up. So there's a chance that the tooltip won't show up, and that's okay on the companions, because I'm gonna need to enable something on this server to allow the tooltips. I think that what it's under is like current expansion, and there's an option here for the tooltip. So yeah, so if object properties is enabled, so in here I'm just gonna have to like override this stuff to ignore the expansion basically, and I'll deal with that in a minute. All right, so let's launch the client and see if we connect and if our packets are good and all of that. Oh no, look, the tooltip worked fine. That's crazy. Huh. Yeah, I know. I don't need them to serialize, so I'm okay with it. All right, so it did not connect. Did we? Why didn't it connect? Let's think. So disconnect. Does help work? Help doesn't work either. All right, I'm not sending the packets. We're not receiving the packets. So let's look at the packet handler. Oh. Duh. I need to add it here. Okay. I have this whole method thing set up here. So I forgot to do this. But that was easy to diagnose. So up here in the packet handlers, well, if you add the methods, they still don't need to serialize. Yeah, I'll do that now. I'll do that next. So I added this whole register extended packet and I used 94 because it wasn't in use. I need to put that here. So we have like a whole new packet that just deals with just Twitch stuff. Then I need to add all the Twitch packet IDs, which is here. So we have friend stuff and then we have Twitch Connect, Disconnect, and all that. God, we did all of that and we didn't even add the damn packet handler. That's so dumb. Twitch theme friend. Okay. Let's add these down here under the friend stuff. And now it should be good. Let's try this again. So some of the benefits of doing what we just did is, and I mentioned this earlier, but we no longer need the interface to deal with the mobiles and stuff. So I can just directly create these now without using the interface and set their properties, and it makes things a little bit easier. So if we go in here and we have the Twitch API in the scripts directory, that means that we can handle the Twitch bot in the scripts directory, and we can handle the Twitch companions in the script directory. And we no longer need to interface or delegate or anything like that. So if you look at TwitchBot, when it actually goes to create the companion, which happens on join, right? So now it just does companion equals new companion. This used to be like a whole delegate that would run, but now it just makes a new companion. It also means that everywhere where we had let's see, viewer NPC and viewer TC, we can actually just use viewer NPC and that will work just fine. We no longer, so I can minimize some of this code back here and refactor it a little bit and get rid of the whole idea of the interface, and it should work pretty well. I started doing it a little bit just to see if it would work. All right, let's see where we're at now. So, let's see if we get our help gum. Cool, we did. And let's see, can I disconnect? Disconnect didn't do anything. It should have given me a message, but let's see. Can I set the theme color? Cool, blue. Twitch theme color set, connect. Ooh, server crash. Okay, let's go see why. Shadowlands, experimental, crash log. Must be connected to at least one channel. This is the push this was the issue that I found. This was the bug that I found in their code. So let me see. I may not have patched it in this version. So Twitch lib. Yes. All right. Little typo here that they did, and this is going to be in Twitch client. So we're looking for this line here. And we're going to one of these versions of ServUO. This one. So in Twitch API, Twitch client, Twitch client.cs. Yes, I haven't patched this yet. Okay. No problem. All right, let's restart this. I'm moving like a million miles a second right now. Then why do you have viewer NPC and after that have a cast to, because it's still I haven't done it yet. I haven't finished. I just was slapping code in here and trying to minimize it. I haven't actually refactored it yet. Not to mention, there's still like the difference between a mobile and a Twitch companion. So viewer NPC is a mobile, but we want to make sure that it's not just any mobile, but a Twitch companion, because you don't want them healing bears or something, right? But I'll look into the details of it later. I didn't get that far. I started working on this TwitchBot thing, and that's when I started this dumbass project that I'm doing now. All right, so let's connect this thing. Connect. Okay, the bot's in the channel. Now check this out. Bot joins the channel. We have colored text now. And if you initiated this connection, type confirm. Somebody else try to type confirm, because I have not tested this logic yet. So if we start spamming in join right now, well, for one, I don't have, let's add a bonfire. Or rather, let's teleport to the bank and add bonfire. Add bonfire. Set movable false. Add hearthstone. Alright, so if I were to type join right now, it's not going to work. And you guys just did confirm, and it didn't work. So if I confirm, I'm the owner of the channel, and I'm the player that activated the confirm. So now it's confirmed. Now we can join. Is it dope or is it dope? And look, our tooltips are working. Everything's good. Everything's glorious. One of the connected messages, you're absolutely right, because it has connected to the channel and then we do the authentication thing. There's an if statement there. I promise you, I will polish up this bot. I was throwing shit at this, trying to get, I just wanted it to compile and not give me .NET errors and shit. And so I was like shuffling around with this, and I just now like got it to where I want it to be. Add. All right, so let me make some notes. I'm going to write them down too on sticky notes. I know that people are going to hate this, but let me scroll up. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I know I need to do a map change on the Twitch companions because they won't actually map change. We never added logic, so they'll follow your location, but they won't actually follow your map. I bet that they're on the other side of the map right now, actually just walking around because I'm walking around, which is kind of cool if you think about it. But I'll go back and fix that a little bit later. I'm definitely awake now, though. I'm excited for breakfast. So I'm going to fix the map thing and remove one connect message. And then we're just going to refactor these bots. So let's refactor the bots. And we also need to deal with we need to deal with this character screen here. So we need character creation packets. And we need select character packets. And I think that's enough to keep us busy. So I'm going to sticky note this right on my monitor. And when I come back, it'll be staring me in the face. So I won't have to open a notepad to see it. And it should keep me focused. So you can see here that like my class isn't being set. That's work for 2 minutes. That is more than 2 minutes of work. The packet work alone is going to be tedious, especially for the character creation. There's a bug in the delete character thing too. So I need to, there's also the paper doll packet, and I'm going to want to redo that as well. It'll keep us busy for a bit. We'll start with that so I know what to do off the top of my head. Don't give me shit, Pyro. All right? Don't give me shit. I'm going to go and eat some breakfast, gang. Thanks for hanging out. It's been 6 hours and 20 minutes on stream. So I'm going to end this stream. And when it's done, I'm going to upload it to YouTube. And then I'm going to start another video after breakfast. So I'll send you guys a message out in Discord. And if you haven't checked out all these links yet, here they are. But if you just want one for Discord, here it is. And when we get back, we'll start messing around with some of the shit that we've just done. We've got a lot of stuff to do, though. I've got a lot of code to move over from multiple locations, but I wanna refactor things as I'm putting them in. You know, it's like when you move into a new house, you don't just bring your mess over with you. You like pack it up and unpack it neatly, but that's not ever what happens, right? You unpack like boxes of dirty dishes. Oh my god. Anyways, I'll see you guys in like, I don't know, an hour or two maybe if you're still on. And we'll dick around with this some more, and we'll probably see some new people, like a morning crew. So you guys have a good morning. Go spend some time with your families. Eat some breakfast. D7, go download Stick Fight. If you guys don't, I want to see at least 3 people with Stick Fight when I get back here, okay? All right, I'll see you guys later.